recent past of misconduct by employees about the Department of Corrections having to take criminal action against these employees, charging them with violations of Georgia law. And so with that, Commissioner, I'll once again turn it over to you. I know y'all have a PowerPoint. I would also remind anybody testifying that at any time a senator may jump in with a question, and appreciate the understanding of the witnesses for that. What mic are you on, Commissioner? I think it may be 5. Let's try that.
The red light, yeah, lit up. Yes.
All right.
Can you hear me okay? Or do I need to talk into the mic a little bit? I might have to hold it. All right, I'll have to hold this. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, other committee members. It's definitely a pleasure to be here. Also, let's like to thank my staff that are here today, and then also the brave men and women that are out working and serving the state of Georgia. I know we get right into it. In my slide presentation, we have a budget overview. I'm not sure if you want me to stick with that, just kind of go over the FY25 budget that you all approved, just to kind of lay the groundwork for what we're going to be talking about here today. So our budget overview in Department of Administration, you see our recruitment, advertising, and workplace culture. We allocated 2.5 million, and we're doing went out on me, but you guys have the PowerPoint there in front of you. You know, we're doing a really good job in our recruitment efforts. We've partnered up with a company to help advertise and get the message out there that we're hiring. So that process is going extremely well. And you're seeing a later slide, the results of the funding that we have there. Also, in detention centers, operational costs for all facilities statewide, $302,000. That's for anything.
Commissioner, I'm going to interrupt you real quick.
Yes, sir.
Define to me what work culture is in relation to expenditures.
So we hired a group called Culture Partners to kind of help me and help the department assess workplace culture. As you know, right now, again, I say we don't really have a recruitment problem; we have a retention problem. So we want to make sure that we create a workplace culture conducive to the you know, type of employee that we're hiring today. Give
me an example of a culture change inside of a prison.
So inside of a prison, mostly for our workforce, is to make sure they feel appreciated, they feel valued, and they feel like they're a part of something when they come to work. That's the most important part to me. They're already working in a difficult environment. They're working in difficult situations. They're dealing with a difficult population. You know, oftentimes you hear about the climate inside the prison when it comes to the heat or cold. People often forget that that our employees work in those same conditions as well. And so oftentimes that could be difficult, you know, coming out of post-COVID. There's a lot of jobs out there that are remote. There are a lot of jobs out there that pay more. There's a lot of opportunities for people to go seek employment elsewhere. And so what we're trying to do as a workplace culture is trying to get make them feel valued and make them feel like they're a part of something. Oftentimes, you know, they get criticized in the media, criticized by other people for what they do as far as being in public safety. So we want to make sure when they come to work, they feel valued and they feel that they're a part of something.
Are we investing taxpayer money into nicer break rooms?
Absolutely.
You know, better opportunities for healthier meals, exercise areas, you know, gyms, things of that nature, or are we giving away ink pens and frisbees and stuff like that with our logo on it?
No, you hit the nail on the head, Mr. Chairman. That's exactly what we're doing. We're investing back into that. So part of that cost savings that we can establish on through other things, it's going to go back into break rooms. We're making sure that, especially in our new prison that we're building, is really focused on employee. Not only the safety of the inmates, but really making sure that the employees have a way and have a room to go into to decompress and deal with certain issues. And so as we're moving forward in this journey, that's some part of the things that we're going to do. My team and the people out there in the field know that I'm definitely employee first kind of guy when it comes to stuff like that, to making sure that we're investing back in them and making sure that they have the tools and resources necessary to do their job effectively and efficiently. However, you know, it's still a prison. So some of the things that they're wanting for security reasons, we can't provide. But if we can provide a workplace culture to where they feel valued, we're treating them with respect too. And then also being able to build in some things like nicer break rooms, nicer staff dining, things of
Right.
that nature, so they can enjoy being at work.
And we're looking at doing this at all the facilities we discussed last week to the best what we can. I know some of them would have to be retrofitted, if you will, but yeah,
Yeah, some of them have to be retrofitted, but you know, the workplace culture starts with leadership too.
right.
And so that's exactly what we're working on. We trained everyone all the way down from myself, all the way down to the newest employee coming in on our workplace culture and our cultural beliefs on what we feel strongly would drive our workplace culture be better place and a better environment to work in. And we're seeing the fruits of that labor right now.
Thank you.
Yes. Detention centers, we talked about that. That's the cost outside of capital outlay for any kind of maintenance and repairs that we need. Food and farm, additional meals for offenders on the weekends is 1.2. As you know, coming into COVID, on the weekends, offenders were only receiving 2 meals a day. So now we provide what we call the third meal, which is essential. I mean, and I think that's something that probably should have been done anyway.
And what line are you on right now?
I'm on what, Mike?
No, line.
Oh, line. I'm sorry. Food and farm. Food
Okay.
and farm operations.
And you were saying who was receiving 2 meals a day?
The offenders were receiving 2 meals a day prior to COVID. During COVID, we gave them 3 meals a day,
Right.
and so that funding wasn't there. So we asked this body and the governor's recommendation to fund the third meal
And
Friday, Saturday, and Sundays.
And all these meals and nutritions, these are based on calorie intake.
Caloric
using the
intake.
same formula we've used for 100 years, that
Yes, sir.
you can get the same amount of calories necessary out of 2 meals, but in order sometimes just for custom and for filling more careful, they went to the 3 meal
Absolutely.
model. Okay.
So they were still getting the caloric intake, and thank you for pointing that out. They were still getting the caloric intake with the 2 meals. However, the third meal, they're still meeting the caloric intake and the nutritional value that's necessary.
Yeah, and that's always been a contention we had throughout the federal system, county jails and prisons, is where individuals would come in and think that those being held there were being treated lesser because they were receiving breakfast and they were receiving dinner, and then possibly at lunch they were receiving an orange or a sandwich or something like that. But everything that we did was data driven based on caloric intake and
nutritional value.
how much energy they would burn during the day and other things in order to try to maintain somewhat of a healthy population within the facility. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
And we also have a
Yeah,
state
yeah.
dietitian that's on staff that drives that as well. Next line item is health. You know, physical health and pharmacy contract, that increase was 71.9 million. As you know, we switched our vendor as well to Centurion. Vendor management.
1 second. What number are you on? What number are you on?
Yes, sir.
What is that? Were you on 5? Try that.
Hello.
There we go.
Yeah. Thank you, Commissioner. On that pharmacy contract, I know there's been a lot written in the paper recently about PBMs and how independent pharmacists are paying higher prices for drugs than CVS and so on. How do y'all buy your drug? Is it just through a contract and then they supply the drugs to the inmates?
Yes, we have a contract with CorrectRx, and I can let our health services Assistant Commissioner Randy Sauls kind of give you a little bit more detail on the
And then
type of.
One follow-up question. If an inmate has to go to a hospital, how do we pay for that? Is that the hospital bills the correction institution, or do you go to a Grady type of hospital that's a public hospital in that area? Or
Yeah.
how does that work?
They bill us, and it's almost like a shared model. It's built into the healthcare contract, and so part of the cost is built into the contract with our health provider. Then after we exceed that cost, then we pick up the remaining balance. If
But
Randy, if you
that
want,
comes out of this budget, the physical health and pharmacy, if they go to the hospital, or is that a whole separate?
it's out of the same budget. It's out of the
And,
total
and
budget.
to follow up on that really quick, if we split the portion, say that a particular treatment, the contractor is responsible for 50%. So let's say it goes above whatever they're supposed to pay. Let's say they pay 5,000, the bill's 10,000. Is that additional 5,000 that we have to pay out, is it in this section of the budget, or is it in the operation section of the budget? A general, because this right here is for contract costs, right?
That was the addition. That was the 71.9 is an addition to to the original contract. So I believe right now our total healthcare contract it's about so it's over 300 million for all. That's physical health and
Okay.
mental health, dental, and pharmacy.
Say that number again.
It's over 300 million.
Exactly. Okay. I just want to make sure that
Yeah, so it's
anybody
not-
listening understands that.
And that's
Yeah.
for the total health care of the population that we have. Again, that's physical health, mental health, dental, and pharmacy.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
355 million to be exact.
Right. Randy, you want to follow up on that? Your mic's hot.
Yes, sir. Thank you. That's a good question. Think of it like this, if you will. We're a single payer health plan, compliments of the state of Georgia through Department of Corrections. We have about 50,000 covered lives. And within that contract we have with our health partners, we administer to them under those contracts. They administer all the payments and claims payments to all the providers across the state of Georgia who treat our offenders statewide, whether that be in South Georgia, North Georgia. Those providers will file a claim to our medical provider. They will process that claim just like any insurance claim. But we pay a capitated visit to them, to our providers once a year, and we settle up at the end of the year if there's a risk share or something like that. But it's all very provider friendly, very provider easy. They file a claim just like any other healthcare claim, Blue Cross or one of the others.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
All right. Next, the offender management section, you see a transfer from Department of Administration program at 3.5 million. That was to go to support some of our recruitment, advertising, and workplace culture. So we this transferred some money from one program to the next. County Correctional Institute, a $2 per diem increase you see at 3.5. Actually, I think that went to that. And that we gave the counties that $2 per diem increase. And we had some cost savings for virtual court technology efficiency reduction. As you know, we've started our virtual court program. And so that cost savings there is transportation costs and transporting inmates back and forth across the state. We can now do that, majority of that inside the prison, working with our court liaisons. And then next line item is the private prison beds. It's to increase that capacity. That's a 6.9 million. That was about 400 beds that we increased so we can do renovations and upgrades on our aging infrastructure facility to move some of those offenders to our private beds.
Now, Commissioner, this 6.9, that was to allow the private prisons to increase their sizes,
Yes,
thereby alleviating the necessity for beds in some of our state prisons so that y'all could renovate while those beds were empty?
yes, sir.
Okay, so once those, are we losing any bed space once the renovations are done in the state system?
No, we're not losing any bed space.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
but so at the end, this bed increase within the private prisons, we're going to continue to take those opportunities and use those.
Absolutely. I think it's going to kind of be as long as it's funded, it's probably going to be a long-term solution as we renovate our aging infrastructure. So as we moved into to our next prison that we're going to renovate or dorm, we're going to need that bed space in the privates to help us do that.
I think to use a phrase used last week, we're going to dry dock
Correct.
these spaces while the private prisons hold the individuals that would normally be held in those spaces.
Yes, sir.
But to be clear, classification still matters.
Absolutely.
Correct? We're not going to take anybody who needs to be somewhere else and move them to a private facility that is set up for minimum security and put those private prisons at risk, correct?
That's correct. And so it's not going to be like, okay, if we're going to, for example, use Autry, for example, we take all the inmates out of Autry or the 400 out of Autry and push them into the private. Classification would definitely drive that. So we look throughout the state, the inmates that can't go to the private prisons, we'll just have to maybe swap with another prison and swap those beds out and make sure we got the right person in the right bed that's conducive to that
Yeah,
environment.
and because one thing I think we need to emphasize is we're not looking at a group of individuals that are all equal when it comes to behavior, when it comes to past actions, when it comes to risk. So as we move these pieces around, there's a whole lot of thought that has to be put into that one individual when we move them somewhere. So I think and listen, I don't know about the other committee members, but my email has blown up and about from individuals saying that they want to talk about mistreatment of inmates, all this other stuff, inmate deaths, and all this other stuff. And we're going to get to that. Absolutely, we're going to have that conversation. I'm sure it's going to be a lively conversation at one or two of these future committee meetings. But I want to be clear that we're dealing with a microcosm of our state housed in these facilities, and every single individual has a different personality. They have different charges. They have different physical and mental health issues. And, things that we have to be concerned about. So I want to be clear, while we care about these people that are being housed there, as we should, and while we spend a tremendous amount of money to take care of them, the reality is, I may be in one cell block, you may be in another, and we are not equal by any standard based on our risk factors. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, good deal. Thank you. Okay, we're on second page.
Second page.
Capital
Yes.
maintenance and repairs.
Yes, sir. And you see that additional funding at 17.5. Again, that goes to support our aging infrastructure needs around the state. Safety, security, and technology.
What additional funding, what is this funding laid on top of? What was the original funding on this?
It's 42 million that was funded, I think, in the amended.
So this is 17 plus
On a base
42.
budget, I'm sorry.
Okay, on capital maintenance is 42 plus 17?
Yes, so we're about around 60
Yeah.
million. And it's much needed. We have we have a lot of deferred maintenance and repairs that need to go into all of our facilities around the state. So all that money is actually earmarked and allocated already, and we'll start working on projects.
All right, well, we're not going to talk about safety issues, but are some of these capital maintenance repairs related to not just plumbing and electricity, but some of the security issues that we have to watch out for?
Yes, sir. Locking controls, cameras, things of that
Right.
nature.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Next line item, safety, security, and technology initiatives, 10.7. Again, that's going to support all safety, security, technology initiatives within the state as it relates to fighting contraband. Next line item is operational course facility statewide, again, 2.9. That's anything outside the capital maintenance, repairs and maintenance. Offender call monitoring at 1 million, as you see, and we get into a later slide as we continue to crack down on contraband and contraband cell phones. We saw a need to put some more money into into the contract for call monitoring, because we see that the offenders are using more of the what we call the wall phones. So we weren't able to adequately monitor that. So thank you all for funding that as well. Radio communication.
Excuse me, I'm
I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Do all of our facilities have wall phones?
Yes.
Okay, and how does an inmate get access to a wall phone?
There are kiosks or stations inside the dorms that they can have access to, and some, if they're in like our tier unit or lockdown unit, they have them on a cart that can bring to their.
And
to their doors.
that was my question. You helped me out there. Now, some of them are mobile,
Yes.
moving in and out. Do cell blocks have stationary wall phones in them?
They do.
Okay, and are these phones controlled? They're controlled outside, somewhere within the institution. You can turn the phones on or off.
Yes.
Are these phones left on 24/7?
No.
What's the typical time that a wall phone would be activated within inside of a prison?
Midday. They're usually on. I'm not sure how many hours. If you want to, you gotta get your mic.
Let's see. I think you're on 3.
Typically, we begin what we call inspection at 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock in the morning. So those phones are left off from until midday, noon, and we're done with our inspection, going around, checking the facility, and they're allowed to make those phone calls. They're also going to classes and vocational things of that area. So they're allowed to call from noon until when lockdown occurs, which is typically 11:30.
Okay, 2 things you brought up. Tell me what an inspection is.
So every day, a warden at a facility and their team go around and they do an inspection of the entire facility, from security elements to maintenance issues, PMs and things that need to happen, having conversations with the inmates, having daily conversations with them about their treatment plans, their different things. The counseling staff is with them during that time.
Are these documented inspections?
They are.
where the PMs would be sent to the maintenance department and the other issues would be sent to wherever
The
they need to be
respective-
addressed by.
Correct.
And lockdown, what time does lockdown occur?
Typically 11 o'clock or 11:30 during the week.
Who determines lockdown time?
The wardens at each facility.
The warden of each facility?
Correct.
Um, and jumping back to you real quick, Commissioner, and the Georgia Department of Corrections has a policy and procedure manual. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Is the manual, it has the policies and procedures that we want employees to follow.
Correct.
Does it have policies and procedures in there that are the requirements of every state prison in the state of Georgia?
Yes.
How much latitude would you say we give wardens for deviating or flexing from any of those policies?
It depends on what the policy is. I mean, if it's,
Well, let's say it's locked now.
yeah, they have the
Let's use that-
flexibility.
Let's use that simply.
That I give them that flexibility to manage their prison how they see fit as they're when they're on the ground.
So if I were a warden in a state prison, could I set lockdown at midnight?
You could.
Could I set it at 2 a.m.?
You can set it at 2 a.m. But the truth of the matter is you'll have,
Into your mic a little.
my apologies, you will have lockdown on the weekend at 1 o'clock in the morning where they'll allow them to watch the end of a football game and they'll shut it down after that time as well. But also be mindful that lockdown is centered around our counts. And not to go too far into detail, but that last lockdown will also be a count where they are doing a bed and body count with the face.
We're talking about a
at that
head
time.
count, right?
A head count.
Make sure we got all the bodies where all the bodies are supposed to be.
Correct. So sometimes that flexibility comes from when that actual last official count for that day occurs. as well.
And I can appreciate the security sensitivity of that, of where you got to make sure your resources have the time to go around and do everything that needs to be done. But yeah. In the back of my head, I just, and I appreciate that. That does bring some clarification to it, but I just want to make sure that we're not creating different cultures within the institutions based on, hey, I know at prison A, lockdowns 11 o'clock every night. You know, as a supervisor, I was one of those guys. If the policy says this, then the policy is the policy. And deviation, you better have a strong reason for deviating from policy.
Yes.
Because policy puts us over into liability issues and then opens up a whole can of worms about how we treat individuals in this case. So that was my concern on the lockdown. And so, and I know the power of a football game. A lot of county jails in this state, behavior is managed by the accessibility to NFL or University of Georgia football on the weekend. So I appreciate that. And then if they're really bad, we'll make them watch LSU. But I just want to make sure that when we talk about policy, that this is policy that everybody covers.
Absolutely.
These wardens answer to somebody,
Absolutely.
and no warden is a king. He or she is a part of the solution like everybody else. So
Yeah, a warden is a servant, just like everybody else in the state. of Georgia.
absolutely. All right. Thank you. Commissioner, go ahead.
All right. Radio communications, that was a radio upgrade system at 331,000.
Okay. To the radio communication system, how updated is our communication system right now?
It's brand new.
Okay. Does this radio communication system include individual radios carried by employees?
Yes.
Okay. Does every correctional officer and you and I know, and I think a lot of people know, but some don't. There are different classifications of officers within inside the institution. You have what we call gun toters, non-gun toters, but is correctional officer a generic term for everybody working inside the prison with the exception of staff and counseling and medical?
Yes. I mean, you have, of course, your ranking file, sergeant,
You
lieutenant.
have sergeants,
Correct.
captains also. Does every correctional officer have a handheld when they're on the job?
Yes.
Okay. And is this a checkout handheld? It's not a take-home handheld?
Correct.
And so when they come in the morning, they go over and they go through whatever policy procedures required to be issued a radio. That radio is checked
Correct.
to ensure that we have good communication.
Correct.
And then, okay. And because there have been concerns in the past about communications with inside the facilities as far as officer safety.
Correct.
And so this is a piece of equipment that's available each and every day, 24/7.
Correct.
And
Yes.
there's extras in case one goes down. There's battery charging stations and
Absolutely.
everything else.
Yeah.
And this is all done with $331,000.
No, that's the maintenance cost on for our new system. That's the ongoing maintenance.
Okay, so this is the annual maintenance cost
Correct.
that we pay to the contractor, but we have additional hardware that
Yes.
is,
Yes.
we have a lot more radios than we need right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, we
Okay.
have sufficient enough radios.
Okay, thank you.
And then vocational education contracts with technical colleges, still state of Georgia, 240 million thousand, excuse me. BCOT replacement of notebooks with Chromebooks. Again, that's part of our ongoing recruitment and our retention issue. Used to, when they went to Basic Academy, they would issue like several big 3-ring binders or 3-ring binders of paper. We went to Chromebooks, and that was a cost savings of about 2.9 million. So we're not printing off paper and binders for each basic correctional officer training class. HR recruitment centers, closures of those. We had centralized recruitment centers throughout the state. That was a reduction of cost of about 1.8 million. As you know, we talked about our efforts with with Chamley and some of the other efforts that we're doing on recruitment, getting out there on advertising on TV, social media, and so we felt the need to close those recruitment centers down there. Recruitment, retention, cost avoidance.
Commissioner, are you doing any recruiting in the university system through the criminal justice programs at the colleges and the tech schools?
Yeah, we do. We have recruitment lieutenants that and different in all the prisons. We have recruitment lieutenants. They go out in the communities if they have colleges in their jurisdiction or their area. We go out and we talk to college. We recruit all over. Anywhere we can get the word out, we recruit. Our main source is recruiting, obviously online and our advertisements you probably see on TV, but we do have boots on the ground too, going out to different job
I have a
fairs.
smart TV, and sometimes it's the same commercial at every break. And I will promise you, I have watched a program where 15 of the commercials was your recruitment commercial. So
We tried.
appreciate that.
We're trying on that. Privatizing food service at 4 facilities with Airmark, that was a cost savings to the state of $657,000.
Okay. Were these facilities not privatized before?
No, they were run by our own food service staff.
Okay. So we were basically running restaurants,
Yeah, cafeteria for the
everything from bringing the raw product in,
travel.
processing it and getting it out.
Yes.
Okay. And so now Airmark,
Yes,
okay, now do they have the full contract for Department of Corrections?
not the full. They're only at how many facilities? 7 facilities.
Okay, who handles food service at all the other facilities?
We do.
So we
Department.
still run full
Correct.
service
Like in
kit.
the chow hall.
Yeah, I mean, I've stood in the kitchen at 4 a.m. and watched people make handmade biscuits. So I just, or have we done a cost analysis to determine, comparing the cost between using a private vendor as opposed to continuing running our own?
We haven't done a full statewide assessment on that as of yet. No, sir.
Is Airmark the only private vendor we use?
Currently, we do. Yes, in the state. Yes.
Okay.
Not the only one that's out there, but it's the only
I
one.
was thinking because there was one that was in my district before, I think that, and I thought they were involved somehow in the prison system running, maybe it's commissary, I'm thinking,
It might
which
be.
is separate.
It's separate from
Separate from
food
this,
service.
okay?
Yes.
I would just make a note that it may be worthwhile for us to, our private prisons, are they running, do we know? Is their cafeteria services vendor driven or?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
You have to ask
All right.
EO, of course, Civic that.
I think that'd be something worth looking at as far as cost savings. I don't want to discount the value of training that comes with running some of our own things, is preparing some of these individuals for jobs in food service and entrepreneurial opportunities once they get out. But I think from a taxpayer standpoint, it might be a good idea to be able to know where if there are cost savings in privatizing some of these services.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next line item, you'll see our transitional centers, operational costs for Metro Reentry, the phase 4, that was 10 million. That was a new, transitional center that we opened on Constitution, Avenue.
Is
And
is that budget number, is that cost also for part of the construction or is that just part of the program?
Just part of the program.
And how many individuals does this serve?
470.
Okay, so $10 million to service 470
That's the total cost. Yes.
total cost. Okay.
An operational cost facility statewide, again, that's just the transitional centers for their repairs and maintenance. On the next page, you see the statewide, changes there, and thanks to, Governor Kemp and his leadership, and also this body on the cost of living adjustments of, 4% or up to $3,000 for all state employees. You see that was 21.2 million salary enhancement for post-certified law enforcement again. $3,000 at 24.2 million. And you know, that's a huge thing. I just want to just take a moment also again to thank him and his team, Governor Kemp and his team, and then also the General Assembly for supporting that. I think for the last several years, you all have supported pay raises not only for all state employees, but definitely for public safety. And we really appreciate that.
And I was planning on getting to this a little bit later, but what's the starting salary now after this for a,
44,000. There's a slide right after this. I believe we're going to get into it.
okay, right.
44,000.
Good.
And then it kind of goes, it fluctuates between close security prisons and different ranks.
And let me
then-
ask a question. How does that compare with like Texas or some of the or surrounding states? Do y'all look at that and see how our salaries compete with Alabama, North Carolina, South Carolina?
We do. I don't have the exact totals here right now, but I think we're kind of coming up in line with most of them. I think maybe Alabama, South Carolina may pay a little bit different. I just collected that information not too long ago, and I can get that to you. But some of them also have different incentive packages, where it's hiring bonuses or retention bonuses or supplements that they give out as well in different states. So they're doing different. But as far as the salaries are concerned, I think we're kind of getting closer right in line where the southern states that touch us are.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Then the capital outlay, you see the state vehicles are placing 218, vehicles statewide at 10 million and replacing 10 buses at 1.6.
I want to jump at something, GBA rental rate for security and operational costs. What is that?
That was a statewide change. I can follow
It's-
back up with you to get you the breakdown on that.
Insignificant. I mean, it's not a lot of money, just.
43,000.
Yeah. And the TRS employer contribution rate, how many TRS employees do you have?
Not many. I can get you, I think it's like one or two. It's not many.
Yeah, I mean, it's a heck of a retirement plan.
It is.
You and I can't get it, but it's a great plan.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
And the replacement of these vehicles, the 218 vehicles, these are sedans.
A mixture of sedans, SUVs,
Okay.
whatever that comes up on the list that needs to be replaced.
And these carry the typical law enforcement packages.
Some of them do, some of them don't, because, as you know, not all of our staff are law enforcement. We do have some staff that are non-sworn
Right.
we need vehicles, but the bulk of those vehicles are law enforcement.
And are any of these vehicles assigned to our tactical teams or individuals like that?
Yes,
That we have to get from one part of the
Yes.
state to the other pretty
Yes.
quick?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to get into staffing.
And I want to be clear before we get into staffing. I do not want to discuss anything that would expose any security issues in any facilities in the state. So if we talk about staffing in big numbers, I would greatly appreciate that. And
Yes, sir.
not we get down into the micro numbers where somebody could take something we say today and cause a problem at an institution.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
I know you wanted to talk about the hiring process, the promotional process, and walk through each step of that, and I don't mean to insult anyone's intelligence, but when I go through it, and I'll probably skip a few because of course, we have to post a position and then gain it, but I'll just go through it really quickly.
Well, and again, and thank you for saying, I don't want to insult anybody's intelligence, nor do I want to insult anybody. But you and I have had these conversations. When I was, when my hair was blonde, a long time ago, I was at Gypstick, and we had our classes, and then we had the GBI classes, and then we had the trooper classes, and then we had the DOC classes. And you could look and tell the difference. And then there in years, and believe me, this was years and years ago. The process that the state is, we hire so many people that everything is so slow that there would be times that an employee would be hired, go through the training, get assigned to a facility, and then I'd get something one day as a result of a background check, and I would have to drive over to Jack T. Rutledge or somewhere else, and we'd have to execute a warrant because the background checks were so slow coming in. And so I've always felt that the Department of Corrections was just as important as the GBI, as DNR law enforcement, as GSP and everybody else, because law enforcement is law enforcement is law enforcement. And I understand the additional sacrifice made by people working inside of prisons that the average law enforcement officer who has never worked inside of one of those facilities could ever imagine. The pressure and stress and other issues that come along with that, and the dangers of being in there. I mean, you got your brain and your fist and your feet many days to get you through each and every day in a facility where the concentration of violence is beyond many people's imagination. So I would love to go into a surrounding where I couldn't tell one group of law enforcement officers from the other, that we all looked alike, we all acted alike, we all carried ourselves with the same professional bearing that our profession requires. Something that when somebody comes into a room at Leadership Georgia or wherever else, and they see Tyrone and Randy having a conversation, they see a reflection in the two individuals. So those are the kind of things that we won't discuss, but I don't want to insult anybody because everybody's valuable that are parts of the Department of Corrections. So I just want to be clear on that as we go through the process of selecting people. And look, never is it going to be, well, that's all we can get. Well, then we don't get them. Then we just have open slots.
And you hit and thank you before we get into that. And thank you for that, because you're absolutely right. And I think that's kind of where that culture change is going to as well. It's not only internal, but also external, to where people who work in the corrections field actually feel like they are part of the law enforcement family. They're not just, oh, well, I couldn't make it anywhere else, then I got to be a correctional officer or a jailer. I think that's a conscious effort that not only myself and the team here have to instill into this profession, not just the men and women that work here, but then also our external stakeholders also have to have that same tone. And I think that's how we really start to recruit those individuals who actually want to be part of this profession. I think they are the elite. I've been on all sides of law enforcement so far, and this is by far the toughest mission in public safety. When you walk inside of a prison that's 75% violent offenders, at some close security prisons, 90% violent offenders, and all you have, you're right, Mr. Chairman, is just what I have on today. Yeah. And it's a tough environment for them to be in, and they need to have that type of level of respect. And one of the things that I've been going around trying to educate people on too is just trying to, they are correctional officers. That's their title, and kind of getting out of the word the guards, so to speak, because it kind of gives a negative connotation. Some of the people that I've actually spoke to that know me from traditional law enforcement, and who want to come into this field. I've talked to some of the younger people who want to come into this field. It's like, I don't want to be a guard. I want to be an officer. I want to be a police officer. I want to be a deputy sheriff, or whatever the case may be. I was like, well, you could be a correctional officer. Well, no, you guys are just guards. No, we're a little bit more than that. And I think when people really go inside of a prison and they work in that environment, and having worked inside of a jail's totally different than prison, but working inside of a jail and then going out and working on the streets, and then actually now here at the prison system, this is the toughest mission in public safety by far, period.
Well, and I tell everybody, I've got a lot of broken bones, and every broken bone I got occurred inside of a county jail.
Yes.
I got in a lot of fights on the street, but I didn't get beat up near as bad on the street as I did inside the county
Yeah.
jails. But years ago, y'all had somebody work for you. I think last name was Myrick. You may know who I'm talking about. And when I had a chance to go on the Jackson's campus one time during a huge demonstration to see the tactical teams that he had a lot to do with putting together and things of that nature, it's extremely impressive. And during the 2020 riots here in Atlanta, people that called me only asked me about one group. They said, look, we were out there, all these other state agencies were there, everything looked great. And then these buses pulled up. And they said, these behemoths got off these buses. And they said, who were these guys? And I said, it was Georgia Department of Corrections, and that's what they do. I said, it's their thing. I mean, that's big crowds don't make them nervous because they're always outnumbered. I
Absolutely.
said, so, but what we're trying to promote, and look, I don't get wrapped up in semantics, DNR were Rangers. Well, they were game wardens, then they were Rangers, and now they're back to game wardens again, some guy that wants to be called something. Look, you're a correctional officer. That's the reality of it. Be the best correctional officer you can possibly be. If you want to be an agent, if you want to be a deputy, if you want to be a police officer, then Godspeed, go with you, and may you succeed. But we have to bring the sense of pride back. And sadly, I think that pride has not been taken away by the individuals. It's been taken away by many of us who have not put the true light on the job that these men and women do, and make people realize exactly how important and exactly how dangerous this job is. And so I think y'all are tracking. But I just during this the selection process, and it's hard to turn a cow pie into a diamond. So that's something that we have to look at as we talk about this process.
Yes, sir. All right, we're getting right into it. So for our sworn personnel, our sworn positions, as you can see there in the PowerPoint for us, of course, we post a position, gain the qualified applicants, schedule the interviews. Number 3, provide a selected candidate to get a written conditional offer of employment with the salary and list of requirements that must be met before an official offer can be made. They complete a GCIC fingerprint prior to employment, social media check, and post checks. And let me just put a pin right there for just a second. If anything comes back on any of that that's kind of questionable, it's also assigned to a special agent, background investigative special agent, who will look deeper into it. So we're just not going to kick the applicant out based off of something, because as you all know, there may be a discrepancy or some type of identity theft or whatever the case may be that may come up. So we assign that to a special agent to actually go take a look at that. And this is just for correctional officers. Now, for our special agents or anybody that's BLE certified who is going to actually carry a gun full time, they will go through psychological training, polygraph training, in addition to the GCIC fingerprint background checks, going out to the neighborhood.
So are correctional officers not given polygraphs?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, in the social media, how deep of a dive do y'all go into someone's social
It's
media?
deep.
Is it?
Yeah.
And tell me, and look, agents, I respect what they do, but correctional officers are face to face, right? With inmates each and every day.
Yes.
So why aren't we doing polygraph tests on these men and women? And I want to be clear, my thing of a polygraph test, it is only a tool
Correct.
to bring certain concerns to the surface. I don't necessarily believe there's a true lie detector out there.
Correct. So in lieu of, for correctional officers, in lieu of the polygraph, we do what's called the integrity test. You'll see down there on number 5. It's just the sheer volume of it as well. But I can tell you this, our intel unit, we kick a lot of people. We lose a lot of applicants in the background process because of what our intel unit uncovers during that process.
So what's the integrity test?
So integrity test, it tests just that. It's the integrity test. It's evidence-based, built off. I think it's a computer-based test that they utilize, almost like I'm not gonna say it's like a computerized voice stress, but it's almost like a psychological, so to speak, but not to that
Is it
in-depth.
written or is it
It is.
Okay, so is it,
It's on
I always date myself when I say this, but is it like the old Scantron test? where
No,
you
it's on the
go in-
computer. It's on the computer.
Well, no, Scantron was too,
Yeah.
but it would go in and it would take all of these data points and compare them to other data points and say this individual would have a propensity to
That,
do
that's it.
this or do that. Is this the same?
Same. Yes, sir.
So this test is as good as the software is.
I think it's pretty good. I think you can't. I don't think you can't put a test on moral character. So
The only test you can put on moral character is a real world situation
absolutely,
and watch how somebody responds.
absolutely. There's a lot of people who've been through polygraphs,
Yep.
and psychologicals that once they get on the job, they end up doing.
Well, the average individual you're bringing in, and correct me if I'm wrong, they've never experienced this environment before.
Some of them
You
have.
have some. You and I had a conversation one day where I stopped at a drive-through restaurant and ordered a coffee, and I got engaged in a conversation with a young lady at the window. She said she just moved here from Texas, and I said, "What'd you do in Texas?" She said, "I was with the Texas Department of Corrections." And I said, "Well, why are you at McDonald's?" And not to speak ill against McDonald's, it's just with a skill set like that, why? And she said, "Well, I moved here a few months ago and just haven't found anything." And so somebody like that, which you and I talked about, and I gave her the number to call and all this, that's somebody that we know they've been in those environments. But 99% of the people walking in the door have never been there. So I don't know beyond, they went and interviewed my Sunday school teacher when I applied for a job with the sheriff's office.
Mhm.
So I don't know what kind of software and some of these other things that can determine in that environment, because we have had officers that passed all through this process. And, I told you at the beginning of this, there's no got you questions. There's none of this. You and I are very frank with each other, but we've had officers that have cleared all these hurdles, that have had sex with inmates, that have provided contraband to inmates and other things that have been horrendous. And y'all have aggressively went out and investigated and arrested and prosecuted these individuals. But on the front end, looking at these things, are these the best things to do as we walk through here and try to figure it out? And if not, then this committee is more than willing to listen to recommendations. And while I'm sitting up here, money is not an option. I mean, we've got to do what we've got to do to get these individuals in there if we want to cut down on all the problems we're having on both sides, the inmate side and the officer side. So, I mean,
I agree. I'm always open to ways to improve. Again, I think, trying to put a test on moral character and someone's moral compass is just, I've seen a lot of good people throughout my career that for some whatever reason, made a bad decision one day. And they passed every test that you can give them, up to include polygraphs and everything else. I mean, you just gotta, one of my mottos is just, tell people, just do the right thing. If you just do the right thing, regardless of what situation you were in, you're going to come out pretty much okay every single time. I tell new cadets or new staff, our policy manuals they're just enormous. They're thick. I say, you're not going to remember every single policy. You're not going to remember every single law that's in the OCGA book. But I can tell you this, you were taught right from wrong at a very young age. And if you knew the right thing, we'll have nothing to worry about. And that's what you really got to just instill in people. When you're in the prison and, you're faced with a lot of different temptations, they have to be strong to say no. And if they're not, I have a zero tolerance on that. They know if they step out of line, I don't care who it is, regardless who it is, if I know about it, we're going to do something about it. And we're going to make sure that we get rid of them.
but Commissioner, have y'all in the past few years hired anyone that you found out later was related to or involved with a gang member?
So without getting too in depth,
I don't, and I'll preference this by saying this, what we discovered within the county jails is that gang members realized they weren't going to be able to get a job in the county jail.
correct.
So what they did is they recruited wives, girlfriends, and others to go and apply for jobs. And these are individuals with clean backgrounds and
Mhm.
and either no work history or not a bad work history. and they've come in and been able to get these jobs. And it's discovered somewhere down the road that why they wanted to go for the job to begin with. It wasn't the great healthcare benefits and all this. They were just trying to get somebody inside the system. Have you noticed either in Georgia or in any other state, because you're friends with 50 other commissioners at least around the country, where tactics like this are being used?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's
Okay.
used.
So do you think that these things we're using here, and I don't know what a polygraph cost and some of these other tests, but do you think the things we have here would prevent that from ever happening?
It'll sure cut it down. Like I said, our intel unit and the tools that they have at their disposal are able to weed that out. And we do go out and do
Personal,
personal interviews. If anything questionable comes up, we'll interview them. I can give you the actual statistics on how many people we kick out of the process, the hiring process, just on backgrounds alone. It's a huge number of part of our applicant. That's the top number we kick out just on backgrounds alone, because for that very reason. Our intel unit finds out that they're involved or they're in communications with inmates, or they have, and we don't kick people out because they have people inside the system. We understand, as human beings, we all have family members who are on the other side of that, other side of the law. We don't kick people out for that. But if we find out that they're have questionable stuff in their background, whether they're involved with gang activity or in communication with inmates, we have tools and resources to be able to figure that out.
but your batting average at 1,000, right?
No, sir. But to answer your question too, we also put mechanisms in place also for our contract workers. We saw a lot of that with our contract workers that while they went through the basic background check, are now putting a process in place where they have to go through the full background check and go through our intel unit as well, because that was a loophole that we needed to close. That I saw not too long after getting here, that we needed to close with our contract employees because they weren't
Is that
going
part of
through.
the RFP? If you
It's-
did
it
a
will be.
contract with as Senator Beach was talking about earlier, like the pharmaceutical person working in one of your prisons, would they go through the same rigorous background check that a correctional officer?
Yes,
would?
it is now.
Okay.
It is now. Yes. So, and then getting down to number 5, our sworn still, applicant must complete and pass a PT, drug test, acuplacer, and the integrity test. Number 6, applicant passes all background requirements and testing. The formal job offer is made and then they start.
What is your PT test?
I think it's a standard PT that they take
Is
for
it the gypstick one they just adopted?
for the sworn staff, and then for the other ones, a physical fitness test or a physical test that we.
So the non-sworn don't have to take a PT test?
No, sir. Like the counselors and admin staff, finance staff, they don't have to take PT tests.
Okay. Or are all correctional officers sworn?
Yes,
That's a rhetorical question.
They are.
Some are sworn law enforcement officers and others are sworn correctional officers. Is that correct?
correct.
And where do they all go through your school there at Tift?
Yeah, and we also have regional academies throughout the state too, to kind of help with that. But yeah, they go through TIFT and or our regional academy.
So
throughout
are
the state.
sworn correctional officers and sworn law enforcement officers both required to take the same PT test?
Yes. You want to speak on that?
So yes, the initial hire process is exactly the same. Where you see a variation is when they start getting into some of our specialized groups.
Well, specialized units are, yeah, that's a different animal. But the PT test, which now I believe is a time test, is that
Correct.
correct?
Yes.
You have to jump and do all this other run, jump, all this other stuff. So if I walk into a institution and I look around and I see the different individuals there, correctional officers and post-certified officers. Now, and let me be clear, and we're going to get all wrapped around the axle on this. The sworn correctional officer is a post-certified sworn correctional officer, correct?
Correct.
And the other one is a post-certified peace officer,
Correct.
correct? So your post-certified peace officer has the same authority as a municipal police officer, deputy sheriff. Your post-certified correctional officer is a post-certified correctional officer within the institution.
Yes.
while transporting inmates and things of that nature. But, so those two individuals, do they take the exact same PT test
For hire.
for hire? Right. Outside of specialized units, do y'all continue any PT testing on the employee after they're hired?
No, sir.
No.
Okay. Which make you feel good. A lot of agencies don't. You know, some of the large ones, the agency I was in, we had an annual where you had to go out there and our main driver was healthcare costs and officer injuries, workers' comp, things of that nature. So good. But, and then administrative counselors and stuff like that, they're not required to take a PT test?
No, sir. No, sir. And a good segue into our process for our non-sworn, I'll skip number 1 and 2,
Mhm.
3, obviously. Well, it's the same other than the PT test
Right.
and acupuncture and things of that nature. And then the promotional process, of course, post a position, gain the applicants, schedule interview with the qualified applicants, provide selected candidates with a conditional offer of employment and the salary. And of course, anytime someone gets promoted to your point as well, even though they're with us, once they get promoted, go for a promotional opportunity, we run them back through the background again. So they go through the background process with GCIC and then our social media checks, and then our intel unit probably does a deeper dive into that as well. Anytime somebody gets promoted.
Mr. Chairman, I got a question.
Yep.
Commissioner, how are you recruiting people? I mean, are you going through technical colleges or how you, besides posting the position to gain applicants, or do we have a formal program where we're trying to recruit people?
Yes, sir. We're recruiting all over. We're on TV, recruiting with commercials, recruiting on social media. We have recruitment lieutenants at all the institutions that go around and boots on the ground to local job fairs, technical colleges, talking to people at the grocery store.
Well, let me ask you this question, because I remember Governor Deal, we started the Film Academy when we had a shortage of workers. The film industry converged on our state and we didn't have enough help, basically. And so we started the Georgia Film Academy through the technical college system, and we recruited and we let people know this is a good industry. Should we be doing something like this through our technical college system and almost have a correctional track to be a correctional officer I mean, should we be doing something like that to help you not only recruit, but also train them and tell them this is a good profession and they can grow in this profession just like we did for the movie industry?
Yeah, most of the technical colleges and universities have already done that. They've created a correctional officer track. Again, I think that's one component of recruitment. And I think too, we just really got to make sure, continue to work on our pay, which we'll get into in a second, and then continue to work on our image as a profession as correctional officers. But we're in every facet I think you can imagine, we're trying to recruit to get those applicants in. We're getting the applicants. Like I said, most of them we kick out through the background process. Our biggest issue is making sure that we keep the ones that we get, and we're digging out of our hole there as well. So we're establishing, we're gaining more. We hadn't got back to where we used to be, but we're gaining more. We lost a lot during COVID, but we're gaining them back slowly.
Thank you.
The promotional process, do y'all do testing and assessment centers?
We do assessments.
Okay, are these in-house or are they administered by an outside group?
It's done by Carl Vinson. They designed the program for us, and it's at every level of promotion. So from sergeant all the way up to warden, there's an assessment that's taken.
And Carl Vincent and I worked with Dr. Foster when he was over there. So did they bring in the assessors?
Initially they brought in their team of assessors. We had some outside SMEs that came in and still continue that process. Retirees, as well as our warden, sit on some of those assessments for the lower level.
The assessors that they were bringing in, were these individuals with backgrounds in corrections?
Correct.
Okay.
As well as law enforcement and leadership.
Right. Okay. And a promotion list is put out, or do you promote? Do you have lists? Like you have a list of who's qualified for sergeant, who's qualified for lieutenant, captain, major, and up?
Correct. There's a list of eligible to take the assessment and those that actually apply to take the assessment as well. And then we have a list of those that have passed the assessment.
Okay. And those that have passed the assessment, does the warden promote off that, or does the commissioner, one of his admin, promote off that
The
list?
warden promotes off of that list, but it's done through an interview process. So
Okay.
even after the assessment, there's still an interview.
What role does the admin have on those promotions? And I'm talking about, what role does the commissioner's office have on those, Commissioner?
You know, it depends on what level it is. One of the things that I tell my team, of course, you know, when it comes to the warden, you got Assistant Commissioner Holt, who has his whole team there. I fully trust him and his capabilities. He'll run. I'm not part of that promotional process.
Right.
Him and I talk about the promotions. I'll look and make sure that it's a good fit. But you know, I have to trust my team. We have a lot of employees. I can't get involved in all the promotional process. But we have conversation about wardens moves, but when it comes to sergeants, lieutenants, unit managers, things of that nature, I fully trust my
It's
team.
below your pay grade, right?
No, nothing's below my pay grade, but I think, you know, it comes back to really
You're not micromanaging
correct.
those decisions.
Correct. Because, you know, I want to also assess their leadership ability and their judgment skills as well on how that is. So I'm making sure we have the processes and mechanism in place to make sure that whoever we promote, they're qualified and we're promoting the right people. Now it's up to that individual, whether that appointing authority to make sure that the right decision is
Okay,
made.
is there a rank between correctional officer and sergeant?
You have correctional officers 1, 2, now 3, and then you get into the sergeant rank.
How does a correctional officer go from 1 to 2 to 3? So
You get hired in as a correctional officer 1, and then once you complete basic academy, you're automatically promoted to a 2.
So when they get hired in, they're coming in as a cadet, of course, and then they're promoted to CO1 during that time frame. After a year,
Okay, during what time frame?
from once they graduate BCOT, then they're moved to a CO1. In a
Okay,
12,
upon graduation, they become a CO1.
correct. 12 months after that, they're promoted to CO2, depending on whether or not they have any disciplinary infractions in their record.
So if I go in as a 1201 and for 12 months, I'm at work on time, I do the basic requirements of my job, I leave, I'm not written up or gigged for any reason, and then in 12 months, I become a CO2,
Correct.
okay? And CO3?
In the same fashion, a year later,
Okay.
in that regard.
Are there pay differences in 1, 2, and 3?
If you go to the next page,
Yeah, it's on the
Okay.
next page.
it's right there.
All right.
Good segue in. And then, yeah, and then on back to your, to the other question about what we're doing with the technical colleges, you know, one of the things that, we partnered with West Georgia, West Georgia has actually partnered with us to have, provide college tuition and create a track for us to be able to recruit, and making sure that we have our employees can receive, if they're Pell eligible, college courses through University of West Georgia. So that's another recruitment and retention tool that we're using, for our employees. That's all employees.
Is that only through West Georgia?
Yes, currently.
Um,
And of
so back to my original track on the CO thing. So as it coming in after I graduate from the academy, I'll be at 44, and then my third year on the job, I go to 52. If I,
potentially, if you don't have any
potentially,
disciplinary,
I know disciplinaries
correct.
and hitting the marks. All right.
And then, of course, you see the CSM, that's a close security ranks there. So of course, you know, when you work at a close security prison, we pay them a little bit more for that mission.
Okay, so that's an incentive. Is there any additional training between a CSM and a CO?
You'll have additional trainings as it relates to the mission of the facility, such as some additional mental health training, use of force training, and things of that nature.
Can a person graduate from basic and go to a CSM position?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay, will their pay be different?
yes.
Yes.
Is that difference based on some differential that's factored into the salary scale?
Each
See, it's like an
facility is
assignment
assigned a CSM, that's a close security or special
Okay.
mission facility.
So if I wanted to come into the Georgia Department of Corrections and I wanted to start out as a new officer with the better pay, what institution would I want to go to?
Any one of our close security or special mission facilities.
Those are all uniform.
Correct.
The close securities, no pay difference between any of those, right? Okay. And how many of our fresh out of the academy correctional officers do you think on average are assigned to a close security facility?
I'll have to get you that number. I think our current class we have in the academy right now is like over 200. So I have to actually get you the breakdown to see how many is going to which close security prison. I could probably, we
Is-
could probably
is-
pull it
is
while
there-
we're talking.
Is there, a lot of sheriff's offices, if you get hired, you got to start at the jail. It's where you gather your communication skills, your de-escalation skills. And a lot of times it's where you build your ability to get beyond the fear and some of the other things that come along with the job. Because you're not going to get, usually fear doesn't come on the street at 3 a.m. in the morning as much as it comes in a county jail or inside of a state prison. But do you think there would be an advantage that every correctional officer start out at another institution other than a CSM?
I don't think so. I think, once they get hired, of course, they go into that institution to kind of get a feel of it before they go to the academy. It's kind of like, when you work at a county jail, before you go to basic, you work in that environment. When you look at, again, going back to Friday's presentation, look at our total population. Yeah, we have close security prisons, but the vast majority of our people inside of our institutions are 75% violent. So it's moving to that direction anyway. It's just like Assistant Commissioner Holt said, just to lay out, and when you're dealing with our mental health population and some of our other close security inmates. Prime example, I know you don't want to get into too much detail with staffing, but at our SMU, staffing there it's great. They had a lot of vacancies. I say a lot of vacancies, maybe about 40 or 50 vacancies when I first came on. They filled all those positions. That's a very tough mission there to fill all the positions. I gave them an additional 20 positions. They filled them. I gave another 20. They filled them. There's nowhere. I mean, they're parking on the grass out there. So it all depends on the individual when they want to come to work and where they want to work. I don't think there's an advantage or disadvantage to say you have to start in a medium or minimum security prison and then work your way up. We have individuals who came straight to the Department of Corrections and working at our most difficult mission prison that we have.
How long is the basic jail academy or basic correctional?
5 weeks.
5?
Yes.
Is that enough?
Well, they do a lot of, the FTO process too. But I mean, I think we're kind of looking at what we can do differently. I wish Adam probably could tell you about the curriculum that they're moving to.
So
But-
the
Well,
basic,
real quick, if I can do that, Commissioner Holt brought up additional mental health training.
Correct. That's outside of the basic. They get it in
Right,
basic. They
right.
get it in basic, but they also have
This
additional
is
training. outside.
expanded.
Correct.
Use of force. Is any type of use of force taught in the basic?
Yes.
More self-defense kind of
Yes.
things, right?
Yes.
Yeah, because they're not learning how to do cell extractions and things like that in the basic academy, are they? Or are they?
Basic stuff, but
Basic
not
extraction,
correct.
right? Not cert team extractions,
Yes,
things,
sir.
things of that nature. Okay, because as the population continues to move in the direction it's moving into, which I think with the mental health issues that we're having, and we can base that on the cost of money we're spending on psychotropic medication and everything else, and with the increase in violence throughout there, at some point, it seems like the academy would need to be training everybody for the worst case scenario.
They do. It's just like any kind of basic academy, right? Basic law enforcement academy, basic jail academy. You get the basics. Do we need to expand on that? Probably a little bit more, something we're taking a look at. But we're actually getting there. I mean, one of the things too you're looking at when it comes to the safety for our staff is, equipping them with different options to be able to deal with the population that we
Right.
got to deal with, other than a set of keys and
Well, what I want to
radio.
make sure is that 5 weeks isn't 5 weeks because we're trying to expedite it and get people into slots, but that we're actually getting them the training that they need, because, in my mind, we're building this curriculum based on somebody who's never worked in corrections before.
Correct.
Who's walking in the door, and, you know, a month and a week is a short period of time to throw somebody from the real world into the real world.
Yes, sir.
And so, I look forward to hearing about the curriculum, but go ahead, Commissioner. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions on the salary compensation? I know.
Well, and I'm sure, once an individual gets hired and on the promotion side, how long does an individual have to, if an individual is a correctional officer 3, would the next step be a corporal or sergeant?
Sergeant.
How much time and grade do they have to accumulate before they could qualify to test for the sergeant?
After CO3, I believe it's a year before they're eligible to apply.
And is there
6 months to a year.
6 months to a year? So I could be a CO3 and 6 months later I could test
For a sergeant.
for sergeant. How long between sergeant and lieutenant?
Same.
So theoretically, I could be there 5, 6 years and be a captain.
Correct.
I'm learning.
And then on the next page, you see some of the benefits that we offer. I'm not gonna read them all to you. You have them there. That's all the stuff, all the benefits that the state offers, whether it comes to health insurance, dental, life insurance, et cetera. But that's some of the benefits that we offer as a state to all of our employees.
Now, you have the Peace Officers Union Benefit Fund on here, if applicable.
Yes.
Both grades of COs are qualified for that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So make sure, because I know we expanded it to jail officers a few years back. I want to make sure we.
Yeah. Correctional officers, I think,
everybody.
were already included in that
Correct.
original. It's expanded to jail officers and 911 operators as well.
Now, you've got retirement listed in here as a benefit. What are the requirements for an individual to retire from the Georgia Department of Corrections? How many years of service?
Investment is 10 years. And then they're eligible, they're vested at that point.
Right. So
So
what's to max out?
30 years.
Okay. What's the oldest correctional officer we have working in our facility? Do you have any idea?
I don't. I know one of the last classes that we had at graduate, I think the gentleman was, I think 60 or 70, 60 something. But I'm not sure how old the oldest is right now.
So you had a 60-something-year-old recruit
Correct.
to go in as a CO?
Yes.
Would that factor into where that individual may be assigned? And I don't want to say age necessarily. I mean,
No.
but I mean, the reality is I'm here in about a month, I'm going to be 62 years old. And I know 22-year-old law enforcement officer and 62-year-old law enforcement officer Robertson are not the same two people. I mean, my knees hurt when I get out of bed in the morning now, but are we recruiting younger people or do we tend to have more seasoned human beings applying for these jobs?
It's on a later slide, but I want to say it's kind of all over.
Because this gentleman you just described to me, he's not going to take full advantage of the retirement.
He was already retired. I think he kind of got bored at home. And when I talked to him, I'm not sure what his background was. I want to say he had prior experience, but it wasn't certified in Georgia. And he saw our commercials and he felt like he can help. That's what he told me. He said, I think, I just want to come help lend my expertise. I'm not ready. I got bored at home. I'm not ready to sit down yet. And so,
And I think there's an advantage to that as
Yes.
far as an older person to Senator Beach's thing, having these tech school programs and things like that, get people geared up. But do y'all also recruit from any of our military bases or anything
We
around
do.
the state?
we do.
Because, and again, I'm speaking honestly, and I'm certainly not want to insult or hurt anybody's feelings. I think sometimes the military training is more in line with the corrections training than it would be with, say, the GBI.
Yeah,
just,
absolutely.
just because of the skill sets required. And in the military police, a lot of that is detention and protecting perimeters and things of that nature. So I think they have a better understanding of that. But the level of people skills, I think, are a little more in line with that. So y'all having much success with that?
We are in certain areas. Obviously, where we have our bases, and throughout Georgia, we have a lot of success in that. We actually offer a 10% incentive for prior military experience when you come on. Oldest is 76 years old. It's just told. So,
That's currently employed.
it's currently employed.
You know, that individual qualifies to run for president of the United States. You realize that?
Oh gosh.
Holy cow, 76. I want to meet that person.
We can arrange for that, sir.
Well, I want to meet him without having to get arrested.
Any other questions on the benefits page before we move?
On the EAP programs, as you know, this past session, we passed for some funding on post-traumatic stress
Yes.
disorder applicable to first responders, which your people are first responders, definitely. The EAP program, does it offer types of programs where mental health concerns, issues, financial hardship training, or not domestic violence, but anger management, things of that nature?
Yes, all the above. And then also, we also have our peer support group that we have inside our prison. You're right. Our correctional officers, people who work inside, not just the correctional officers, but anybody who works inside the wire, deal with a lot of traumatic stress, just being in a stressful environment. So they also take advantage of not only the employee assistance program, but also can take advantage of our peer support program that we have as well throughout the state.
And as a side note on the training, do y'all do a crisis intervention training?
Yes.
Okay. You have instructors within the
Yes.
agency?
Yes, we do.
Do employees very aware of the EAP program?
That's posted at the time clocks, and we make sure that anytime we have a critical incident or anything like that, we make sure that our HR staff reaches out to that employee and offers it to them. And depending on what that critical incident is, we may mandate it.
So if I'm an employee and I come up on an inmate suicide, once the ball starts rolling on the investigation and everything, I'm advised, or am I directed into certain types of employee programs?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Is there a requirement after a critical incident that an employee
Certain critical incidents, yes.
have a conversation with somebody?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a critical incident debriefing, as well as our peer support is on hand at that time, and then we start the ball rolling for any other process that need to occur.
I appreciate that a lot.
All
What's
right.
the Correctional Peace Officers Foundation?
Sir, I'm sorry.
Correctional Peace Officers Foundation.
The CPOF, that's an organization that supports correctional officers. So to your point, they're having some type of hardship, or unfortunately, if we experience a death or serious injury, they will come in and provide not only financial support, but other support as well to the officer or the officer's family.
Is that an association, or is that who funds that?
We pay into it nationally, so it's a national organization that the employee can actually be a part of.
So it's a member association
yeah.
with membership requirements being that they are correctional officers, correctional peace officers?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Or work in a correctional agency.
Right.
Yes.
I just never heard of them.
And I will invite you out to the next conference. It's one of the most professional things I've ever witnessed in my life, when they honor not only our fallen correctional officers. I mean, you've probably been to the National Police Memorial up in DC. It's kind of similar.
Yeah.
Where they honor not only our fallen correctional officers throughout the nation, but then also officers who were injured in the line of duty, seriously injured in the line of duty. Is what they step in. If you haven't been a part of it or seen it, I would encourage you to attend at least one of them.
And you just brought up something. Do you have numbers on how many first injury reports are done on correctional officers annually?
I don't have them with me, but we keep up with
Get
it. Yes, sir.
that?
Yes, sir.
Because I mean, you bring that up a lot of times. We think about officers being killed, which a lot of correctional officers are killed in the line of duty. Let me be clear: a lot of correctional officers are murdered in the line of duty.
Correct.
But there's a tremendous amount of injuries too. Correct? And
Yes.
that's through workers' comp and others. That's our responsibility to take care of and get these individuals back as close to 100% as possible. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Running through this again, paid training is a benefit.
Yes.
What type of paid training are we talking about? Are these beyond the basic courses that we offer here in the state?
All of the above, any type of training they go to, once they're an employee of ours, they don't have to take leave or whatever the case it may be to go to training.
Right. Are these required trainings, or are employees given the opportunity to apply to go to training?
Both.
It may not necessarily say, such as leadership training. Say someone wants some training, so somewhere down the road they could work toward becoming part of one of these specialized units.
Absolutely. All of them.
Okay.
All training. Any training that they go to is paid.
And what are the educational opportunities under the benefits?
Educational opportunities and benefits?
Yeah, so it's on the right-hand side under the column that starts up top with life insurance, and you come down to educational opportunities.
Yeah. So of course, we talked about the University of West Georgia. We got the Command College, PNP. We got I think that's part of the only educational opportunities you got. Then, of course, we still run our Sergeant's Academy, Lieutenant's Academy, Deputy Warden's Academy.
But you got to be of a certain rank to get to that, correct?
Or prepare you to go.
Right. Now, PMP, what rank would y'all?
Any rank.
Any rank. So a CO3
Correct.
could apply to go to one of those programs
Correct.
in my district.
Yes.
Full disclosure. I think that's all the questions I have on that sheet.
I have
Senator
a
Beach.
question and you may get into this later, but can you talk a little bit about technology and how that's affecting who you hire and can they handle? I'm sure y'all are going from a paper system to an electronic system, I
Yeah.
would think.
Yeah,
Or-
thank you for bringing that up. Again, that's another part of that retention piece. So we've started to implement our officer tablets.
Okay.
As you know, as we go around doing things inside the prison and making that documentation, usually was in a docket book or a log book, so to speak. And so, of course, with the workforce that we're hiring now, most of them, everything you're doing when you go to school is on the computer. So we have officer tablets now that we're implementing statewide to allow the office to be able to document the things that they would normally have to write down.
So has that allowed y'all to streamline operations a little
Absolutely.
bit? And well, thank you for adopting that technology. So you're getting out of the paperwork and all the paper documents?
That's the goal.
Okay.
Eventually, yes.
And how's that working with the older employees? Are they adapting to that or able to adapt to that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, they're able to adapt to it. And, one of the biggest, challenges is just trying to be honest, is really just to implement it, the technology. It takes a long time to put that infrastructure into some of these old prisons. But once we get it in, the officers love it.
Are we giving you the tools to
Yes, sir.
implement that? And
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
okay.
Yes, sir.
And will that result in less employees, or will you'll still have to have the employees? It's just a different way to disseminate the information.
Correct. It's a tablet. And so it actually works well and benefits in a lot of ways. So not only the officers will be able to just actually log it in a tablet, it's a little bit bigger than your iPhone here. It's probably like a little small iPad that they'll be able to carry around and document everything that's going on inside the prison. But then also another benefit to it is myself or anybody on the executive team or assistant commissioner Holt can actually look at in real time what's going on.
And not have to
actually
wait for paper.
Correct. Unless going to the prison and actually pulling the book, flipping through pages to try to find it. So not only on that end, from an investigative standpoint and as well. So we're able to log a lot of things more efficiently through the officer tab.
So do we have electronic documentation in all the prisons now? Are you working towards that?
Working towards that, we're implementing it now. Some of the hang up is just to get, like I said, getting the infrastructure in place to be able to support it, the internet infrastructure to be able to support it.
Well, I think, Mr. Chairman, I think that's very important.
Well,
I think, and that gives you a tool in your toolbox to check things out also. You can do it right from your office. So
Yes, sir.
I think we need to embrace technology and implement
Absolutely.
it. And I think it would be well worth the investment, in my opinion.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Add to that.
No, I just
Sure,
wanted to
Reed.
say that the biggest challenge of dealing with this is also making sure that we also continue to have a safe environment. So we couldn't just give an officer a standard cell phone. We had to find a tablet that we can then protect, penetration test, and make sure that it can't be jailbroken, then put certain things on it so that they can move through and we not have to worry about a compromised tablet or compromised staff using that tablet or inmate getting it in their hands and us still being able to do it. But the other thing is just.
Is that technology out there?
It is,
Okay.
and these tablets have been penetration tested. And then the other thing is ensuring that we don't have duplication of efforts. So you have an officer who, when they complete their day, been at work 12 hours, they still have their administrative work that they have to do. The thought process behind the tablets is that through the course of them doing their job, by the time they're done at the end of the day, these things are already done. So when they go up, they can sign off with their lieutenant and then go home for the day, as opposed to having to sit around for another hour completing documentation.
So does this documentation, does it include incident reports?
That is our next phase that we're moving into. Yes.
Okay, so that an officer, if he or she are involved in something, they would sit down with their tablet and enter that information?
Correct.
And is each tablet assigned to an officer?
They are.
Is that a take-home tab, or is that they check it out like the radio?
It's checked out like the radios.
But they're the only officers that use that tablet.
Correct.
So an officer coming in on an after shift would not have access to that tablet.
The
They have-
second, go ahead, sir.
I'm saying they have unique login credential information.
So
to
we
be
can
able to-
carry the same tablet, but we
Correct.
have different logins on the
Correct.
tablet.
Correct.
Okay. And that was my key. And again, thinking in the future, we take home cars. We realized a long time ago that us driving the same vehicle 24 hours a day or 14 hours a day was not practical. So getting each individual their own one. So with technology, I just want to make sure that we're not beating these things to death from a cost saving side on the taxpayer side. But to Senator Beach's point, as far as we can expand these out, we need to. And something that we don't like to talk about, and I think everybody knows my background and how much I respect law enforcement officers with heartbeats and pulses. It's important, but technology is changing the environment to a degree that there are going to be opportunities where technology will be able to replace a human being in certain areas. And in some of these areas, corrections is one of these areas that we could look at. And so are y'all looking down the road? And I know the national organizations that you two gentlemen are a part of, are y'all looking at some of these and what's going to happen in the future?
Yeah, absolutely. I think, one of the things as we're looking at, as we're building this new prison is just that. How can we utilize technology and to supplement workforce for our new prison? And so a lot of that stuff that we're looking at, there's a lot of stuff we got coming down the pike to assist in that. I don't know, probably let you speak to it, because I know we'll probably go into security issues.
Well,
He's gonna,
and I'm
he's
not
gonna,
even talking necessarily about a security issue. I know the Fulton County Jail had worn wrist monitors
Mhm.
that they had put on to help track certain healthcare concerns with inmates.
You're absolutely right.
The pulse, if their heart rate got up, if some of these other things, without having to have a nurse or a CO walk through a particular area every 45 minutes or an hour, looking at individuals. And I saw the technology, I saw it work. It's phenomenal. One of the largest convenience store operators in the country has a device that their employees carry. If that employee stays in a prone position for more than a minute, it sends an alarm to the headquarters, wherever this headquarters, I know where the headquarters is, and we're not supposed to say where the headquarters is of a convenience store, but it notifies them that they have an employee in a prone position. And so this type of technology, I think, could possibility could possibly help reduce the number of correctional officers that we needed.
But 100%. One of the things that we talk about though is a force multiplier. I think you can never replace the human element of what we do in our business. So every time that we look at this, we look at it for two reasons. One, how can we serve as a force multiplier to the staff on the ground? And then two, how do we make sure that this technology will always work for us and not against us while we're implementing this stuff? And then through sheer nature of the officer doing their job, these things can be calculated and captured because you need everything. Like you said in the beginning, they have their head, their hands, and a lot of times their heart doing the job that they're doing. So we got to make sure that they have the opportunity to do that. And the job technology is doing a lot of that stuff for them, making rounds, officer hitting the door, that we're capturing those moments when that officer is stationary, that we know the difference between an officer and an inmate from camera technology. So a lot of good things coming our way.
And we talked last week about private prisons. Do you see that a lot of the private prisons, because of the way they're structured, they're not dependent on General Assemblies to give them money necessarily, that they have investors and other things. Do you see them trying the technology out ahead of us? And so we can use that as some sort of lab possibly, or is any of this technology ever written into an RFP when dealing with contracts in private prisons?
I think, again, I think that's something you got to look at also is the infrastructure of the building that they're operating in, and then also the type of offender that they're supervising when it comes to technology and to your point, like some of the technology for like the bracelets and things of that nature. It's all going to be dependent on the type of inmate, in my opinion, and then also the infrastructure to put the technology.
But the classification of the inmate, when it comes to instituting technology, that really shouldn't matter, should it?
Well, so when you start talking about putting a bracelet on an inmate that has a life sentence inside of a facility, they have no incentive to keep that bracelet on, as an example, as opposed to when they're in the county jail and they haven't been sentenced just yet.
And why do they not have an incentive? Can we not discipline a detainee who doesn't want to follow the rules?
100%. However, you still have other detainees that'll take advantage of the things that we put in place.
And I don't deny that, but at some point, don't we need to drop the hammer and make sure that the rules are enforced? And listen, I'm Commissioner knows me well enough. Look, I don't care what a federal judge says. I don't care what a Superior Court judge says. I don't care what anybody else says. If case law is on our side, and sometimes we need to spend the money to push back against these individuals who want to make prisons playgrounds. Should our obligation or to the citizens of Georgia to run safe institutions, our obligations to the men and women that work inside that facility to give them a safe working environment. And our obligation is to every detainee, every inmate inside the prison, that they're in a safe environment. And if we have individuals that do not want to cooperate and follow the rules and policies and procedures, and I want to point this out, the policy and procedure manual that you have, that big voluminous document you were talking about before, it has been tested in the courts 1,000 times over. Just like any other policy and procedure manual that most law enforcement agencies have, you can go to International Association of Chiefs of Police website and download policies and procedures that have been court tested. So aren't we obligated to make sure that every person inside that facility, including those wearing the uniform of an inmate, follow all of those procedures?
Yes, and we do.
Yeah. And no, I'm not, I absolutely agree with you. But I'm saying if I go to inmate Joe and I say, you're going to wear this monitor, and he said, no, I'm not, then there's a step that I can take. Joe may not ever wear the monitor, but Joe's not going to live the life of his friends who do decide to follow the policies, procedures, and rules. Because something everybody tends to forget when we talk about prisons, and I had a great conversation with a gentleman from the media yesterday about this, is they get focused on who we're dealing with. We're dealing with individuals. Somebody said earlier they made a bad decision, and that's absolutely right. They made a bad decision that was a choice they made. And the choice they made put them inside of one of our facilities. Well, we're there now and we're required to make certain decisions and choices for them. And so when the media runs around and talks about all this other kind of stuff, we can never ever forget the common denominator in these conversations, and that are the men and women housed in our prisons and why they're there and how they got there. And when 75% of them are violent, then we have to take that into consideration. And so when we manage these people, and I say we, it's real easy for me to say we as being a part of state government, but when you folks manage these individuals, y'all have to have the freedom to make the right decisions. So if we're talking about my wife told me not to cuss, when we're talking about a wristband or something like that, then I think that's where the rubber meets the road in enforcing the rules and policies. When little things like that are important to us, then and Deputy Commissioner, I know you've got good teams that work for you and that serve you and the commissioner well. And I think sometimes we have to leverage that asset in order to make sure our prisons are safe. So we're talking about technology, guys.
I agree. And I think you said something earlier that kind of lends to some of our, we do make sure that, that we follow our policies and making sure the inmates follow the policies as well as our staff. But then sometimes there's other, external factors that, kind of hinder us from being able to carry out some of those things that you talked about.
And I agree 100%. And to any federal or Superior Court judge that has any issues with anything I say, I'd be more than happy to sit in a room with them and have a conversation, because it seems like we have these spot judgments. Because I can look into the Federal Bureau of Prisons and I can show them things that they're doing that here in the state of Georgia we could never do, that we had never thought about doing in any of our prisons. But something that they do up there that I think we need to have a conversation about is 23-1. And everybody in here everybody in here in the business understands that 23-1 is if you have an inmate that does not want to cooperate, then he or she gets to live in their cell space for 23 hours a day. And then an hour a day, they get some rec time. And that's reasonable based on their behavior, not based on the behavior or the wishes of Georgia Department of Corrections. And if they're doing it on the federal level, then I don't know why in the world we couldn't do it on the state level. And, that's the reality of it. And the single bunk thing that we're going to continue to go back over and over. That's the solution. Is it an expensive solution? Yeah. But it's something we should have been paying for all along. We're dealing with a mistake that somebody made many years ago when it comes to prison construction and inmate management. But when inmate management comes down to inmate X who has went out on the streets and chosen to rob, kill, rape, or injure another citizen, and he or she finds themselves inside of our prison system, then they don't get to choose what color clothes they wear. They don't get to choose what kind of shoes they wear. They don't get to choose what technology that we have to use to track them and keep them safe. And I'd be happy to convey that to any judge or Superior Court judge or federal judge. Because they're supposed to work for the citizens just like we do. Carry on, Commissioner.
All right, thank you. Next page, you have an employee disciplinary process. I know you wanted to kind of cover that a little bit. Again, for the sake of the people that can't see the PowerPoint, I'll just go through it very briefly. First, we start off with a verbal warning, a letter of instruction, letter of concern, written reprimand, and any adverse actions that result in salary reductions, suspensions without pay, demotions, or terminations.
Commissioner, verbal warning, is it documented anywhere?
Yes.
It is. Okay. How many verbal? Yeah, because if it's not written down, it didn't happen, right?
Yes, sir.
So, how far between a verbal warning and a letter of instruction? And this is a rhetorical question. Can a supervisor skip verbal warning, letter of instruction, letter of concern, and go straight to letter of reprimand or termination?
Yeah, absolutely. You can skip that depending on how egregious the offense policy violation.
Tell me tell me something that gets somebody out the door.
Misconduct.
Tell me a misconduct that would
Contraband, they're bringing in contraband in.
and tell me, is bringing contraband in, is me bringing my cell phone in?
Correct. Cell phone, unauthorized food, drinks, anything that's unauthorized by the warden.
So tell me what an unauthorized food or drink is.
Like for instance, they're not allowed to bring in their own water bottles or anything like that. Now, when they go out to lunch, certain employees, they can go through the process and go to the break room, but water bottles, Cokes, cell phones, any electronic devices, things of that nature, drugs, of course,
Of course.
tobacco, things of that nature. Any unauthorized item is considered contraband.
Does
and zero
intent
tolerance.
matter?
It does.
If somebody accidentally,
Yes, absolutely. You use good judgment. If somebody,
we all got caught by TSA with something in our backpack, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes,
You know, a bottle of water or contact solution or something.
correct.
But, so how often does this happen, do you think?
Often, I mean,
Intent.
the intent, we don't see that much with staff, and you'll see a slide later on. You don't see that much with staff. We see a lot of introductions of contraband coming from either civilians and especially during visitation time on the weekends. But it's not as much as the propaganda out there seems to think that it is when it comes to staff.
Okay. And you brought up something about visitation tends to bring a lot of contraband in. Do we have the capabilities of making visitation using technology, as Senator Beach was talking about, to make visitation just technology based where no other human body comes on the campus?
We tried. Again, we got to come up with a tablet solution that we'd be able to give to our inmate population to be able to do that. Now, some of our institutions, we do some of that with some kiosks, but as far as to run the entire visitation virtually, we don't have that capability yet.
What prevents us from having that capability?
The ability to have a secure tablet solution to give the offenders that they can't hack or get into, to be able to get out on the internet, contact victims, continue the criminal enterprise, essentially giving them an electronic device to communicate.
So
with.
an unhackable tablet is our problem.
Correct.
Now, Deputy Commissioner Holt said a while ago that y'all had been able to figure out the technology on the Chromebooks that the officers carry to make those where they couldn't be hacked. So we just have to figure out a way to get that type of technology into these others that basically allow people to use the cloud, if you will, to communicate with each other.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right, sir.
And then part of that, we talk about a disciplinary panel. So anytime there's an adverse action taken on the employee, they can appeal it to the disciplinary panel. And a panel is comprised of my designee, a commissioner's designee on adverse actions, someone from legal, and the appointing authority. And so if there's an adverse action that's going to be taken, whether it's a salary reduction, suspension without pay, demotion, or termination, the employee can appeal that process. And part of that process, that panel will take all the supporting documentation of that adverse action into consideration, as well as a rebuttal from the employee. And then once the decision is made, it will give back to the appointing authority and the HR manager to serve on the employee. So they have what they call like due process, so to speak, anytime anything, property interest is going to be taken from them.
Okay. And at what level are they allowed to do the appeal?
Anytime you're going to take away any kind of property interest, so anytime you're going to take away pay or anything like that.
So we get to
termination,
adverse action.
adverse
right?
actions. Yes, sir.
Okay. So if I give someone a letter of reprimand, that wouldn't necessarily come with a suspension?
No, sir.
Okay. And how often would you say that the adverse reaction is overturned by the appeal?
Very rare.
And that's because the supervisor who manages that person had done such a good job of documenting and
Correct.
tracking the behavior and
Correct.
things of that
And then you
nature.
also have that panel there again with legal representative from our legal departments there. And then my designee on adverse actions.
Thank you.
All right. And on the next slide, we'll kind of talk to what you were all speaking about earlier as far as our recruitment and retention efforts.
Well, let me jump back real quick. The discipline doesn't necessarily stop at, and I haven't read through your PowerPoint. But if I intentionally bring a cell phone into the facility, of course, I'm automatically going to be recommended for termination. But criminal charges also.
Absolutely.
And is that consistent?
Yes. If you got intent that's consistent, yes.
Okay, and the intent is confirmed by your in-house investigation?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes.
And do you have any numbers, or am I going to see the numbers further into this PowerPoint as to how many employees maybe over the past, how long have you been commissioner?
Year and a half.
Year and a half. God bless you.
Feels like 3.
Yeah, I was thinking a lot longer than that. But in the last 18 months, a number of individuals that have been arrested and charged.
Yes.
And what's the conviction rate so far?
I'm not sure the conviction rate. As you know, we take the charges, take the criminal charges, and then we turn it over to the local district attorney for prosecution. So I don't have the conviction rates. I can tell you the number of people that we've arrested, both on the civilian side, offender side, and staff side. And that's on the later slide.
Yeah, we'll get to that because I'm more concerned about the in this conversation on the employee side.
Yes.
And does that include contractors as employees?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then we'll jump back to where you are.
Okay. As you can see, the annual vacancy rate, it goes from FY 22, 23, and 24. And you can see where we were as a department, and it breaks down for a CO. So just take, for example, your CO vacancy rate in FY 22 is 55%, 23 is 54%, 24 is 50, and we're projected in 25 to get down to 49%. So it's trending in the right direction. Oftentimes, I tell people, during COVID, we lost over 2,000 employees within that year and a half of COVID. And so we're just now starting to creep out of that. As a whole statewide for correctional officers, I think we're plus, for security staff, I should say, plus about 500 to 700 more than we had during the time we lost. The vacancy count total, I think about 1,700 pre-COVID. We got up during COVID up close to 3,400 security vacancies, and I think we're hovering around 2,700.
What's your
vacancies.
total budgeted employees? How many employees are you budgeted for?
A total count, I think, is 10,919.
And of that 10,919, how many of those are security staff? CO 1 to
7,500. I can get you that exact number. Almost like
7,500. And
Or CO1, it was total security.
I'm talking total security. I'm talking about even if it's a captain, a major, anybody that is inside the facility.
7587.
Okay. And so of that 7587, and we start looking at some of these numbers, seems like the span of control kind of shrinks for some supervisors, wouldn't it? And so kind of those supervisors might have to engage in
They covered that.
duties that normally wouldn't fall within their mission specific, but that's written into job descriptions and all other duties required.
It's
Now-
to include the warden. Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, to include the warden. Yeah,
Yes, sir.
absolutely. And in looking at this, the warden is not part of the 7587 even, right?
Yes, they are.
They are included in the
They are.
7587. Okay.
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Thank you. Carry on, sir.
All right. And then again, you see the turnover rate there, that next block over on the left-hand side, annual turnover rate for 22, 23, 24 fiscal years. You see it for the department. It's 33%, 26%, 23, and 22% and 24 projected to be 24 as a department. For CO, you see,
Can I ask you why? Who did the projection rates?
our HR staff,
Okay. Is there anybody in here from your HR today?
we have, No, she's out today, but we have our data research director here that could probably get some of those.
So you brought the
doctor
data
details.
guy, that's what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Is he sitting behind you?
He is.
He's not. He says he's not sitting behind you. All right, I got your mic on. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Good morning, Cliff Hogan, Data Management.
Good morning. Cliff, what was your last name?
Hogan, Hogan.
Hogan?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, Hogansville is in my district, so good job. Do you have any idea how y'all, or could you tell me how y'all did the projections?
I talked to him yesterday. They do a projection where they just project out averages. So it's simply just an average projection. So if you look at that, that's 1 month. They multiply it by 12.
Okay,
how they
so are these averages based on past 2 years, 3 years, or?
No, the one that they're doing projection right now is simply just based on July.
Okay,
So they just looked at what it was in July and they said, if we average July out for the next 12 months, this is what we'll be. We know there's fluctuations
right.
and turnover throughout the year. July and August are usually heavier months in terms of turnover. Start
Right.
getting into later in the year, it'll go down a little bit. So using July for a 12-month average tends to shoot you a little bit high.
Yeah. Because the projected department turnover rate's 24, but the CO rate's 28. So
Yes, sir.
yeah, or almost 29.
Yes, sir. And the correction officers, because they make up such a large portion of
That's
our,
right.
they drive the majority of our stats.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hogan. I appreciate
sir.
that. All right, Commissioner.
And then on the next, to the right of that, you see termination, CO length of employment. And that's kind of where Senator Beach was talking about, kind of where we lose most of our employees is less than a year to 1 to 2 years. And so we feel if we can keep them or come up with some type of mechanism to keep them on longer than 2 years, you can see we can kind of keep
And,
have them
and,
long.
and I want to be clear where it says terminated CO length of employment. Are these COs that you guys have terminated? Or these are these
Terminated
separation?
separations. We call them terminations. That's either voluntary or involuntary separations, but this mainly they're separations.
Okay, okay.
So
I
thank you
see
for
what you're
clarifying.
saying, voluntary, involuntary.
There you go. It's at the bottom. So you see where most of our people that leave, they leave for voluntary reasons. And then you get kind of breaks down the generation where you have Generation Z, Millennials, X, Baby Boomers, and veterans. You see that termination count again. The terminated terminology is just used to show whether they just left the agency, not that they were fired or any kind of adverse actions, but just the terminology that we use in-house to track employees leaving. And the same thing with the COs hired by the generation, and it kind of speaks to Senator Beach's point as far as people we're bringing in a majority of Gen Z and millennials. And so the technology and integration and technology implementation is very important to those group of individuals. And it's very important to pull out, last month, this is as of June or July, you got your full-time hires at 159. Out of that, 109 of those were correctional officers or full-time separations during that month. And it's not including the people that we hired that month, but it was 137 and we only lost 67 correctional officers out of the 109. And so we're steadily pulling out of that hole where we were in. And I think it's a testament not only to the leadership on the ground, but also to the culture work that we're doing, and also the work that this body has done to also increase pay and benefits for those employees that work inside the walls. And of course, we got the salary ranges, which was also on the other slide that I won't get into for redundancy purposes, but you can see the salary breakdown there, where we were FY 22, 23, and then where we're at currently FY 24.
And when we look at the salary range, to be completely honest, if we're looking at 2497, this is the package. This does not include the deduction for benefits, right?
It does not.
Yeah. So have we done any research into looking how much of that 2497 is pulled away, not necessarily by taxes, but just by healthcare costs and other benefit costs that the employee's required to pay?
Yes. So the total out of that, if they include FICA, retirement, and health care, I think it's going to be about 67%. of a little about 68%, 67, 68% of their salaries in fringe.
So they're walking out the door around $9 an hour in their pocket.
We pay that if you take out what they have to put their portion of that, it'll be 'cause most of them don't participate in some of the benefit packages that we offer them because of what you're speaking of. So I can kind of get you a breakdown on average of what that would look like.
Well, and you understand my point. It's always, you'll see a billboard and it says pay starting at $60,000 a year. Well, and then somebody's thinking about their expenses at home. Well, then you go in there and, you know, when I started out, if I were a single male, which I was, my health insurance was 100% paid.
Correct.
Well, once I got married, once I started having children, then I move to a different category and I lose that benefit. So my pay actually decreased because of that. So, and I appreciate the fact that we recruit using the big number. But the reality is it hits them 2 weeks into the job when the first paycheck comes and, you know, we expect everybody to understand that. But the reality is in the generation we're dealing with today, they don't.
Correct. And then another thing, you know, that the state has done and you all at passed too in the General Assembly, and it was in the governor's recommendations, was the 40-hour payout leave. And so if you stay with us a long period of time, trying to get them past that 1 or 2 year point, if you have a certain amount of annual leave on the books, you can elect certain times of the year to withdraw 80 hours or 40 hours, of your annual leave to be paid out to the employee. So it's almost like an additional week's worth of pay. for
And
them as well.
remind me, is that paid out at face value or is that paid out at time and a half or is it paid out
Face
at
value.
less? Is it face?
Yes.
Okay. So because you didn't take your vacation, you're paid for the week you didn't take.
If they elect to do it, they can
If they
elect
choose to
True.
take benefit.
up to 40 hours. So some people may
Right.
only want to take, 10 hours or 20,
Yeah.
but they can elect to get up to 40 hours.
Okay. And now we're looking down in July 24. You've got voluntary separations, retirement, and involuntary. So you've got 23 involuntary in July 24, right?
Yes,
So that's 23 terminations.
that's
then-
total. Yes,
Yeah, and then you've got 99 voluntary separations, correct?
correct.
And that voluntary separation, does that include retirement?
No retirements you see is 15.
I'm sorry, I got my finger over it. The 99, what's the primary purpose for voluntary separation?
It all depends. That's not just comprised of just security staff. That's department wide. So it all depends. Various reasons.
Other jobs, better jobs?
Probably so, most likely.
Okay. I'm good.
All right. All right. Any questions? Any other questions on that before we move into the Office of Professional Standards? And we can just talk about them for just a few minutes too. All right. Office of Professional Standards, as you know, Mr. Chairman and Senator Beach, the Office of Professional Standards, they are internal investigators that go around throughout the state investigating not only crimes within within our prison system, but then also crimes that affect our prisons outside the walls. And all of our agents, most of our agents are special agents, GBI trained. We also have institutional investigators who are domiciled inside of each prison that take care of some of the low level stuff at the prison. And then we have regionals, and then of course special agent in charge, inspectors, and we have our director here. On that next page, it kind of speaks to what you were asking about earlier. It kind of gives you a breakdown for fiscal year 23-24 currently of total physical arrest when it comes to staff, offender, and civilian. At FY23, we had a total of 51 staff that were arrested for various reasons, whether it's contraband or dealing with inmates. 256 offenders in FY23 and 599 civilians in FY23. FY24, 69 staff arrests, 204 offender arrests, 554 civilian arrests, FY 24 and FY 25. Currently, we had so far 5 arrests, 27, 5 arrests for staff, 27 for offender, and 58 for civilian since July.
Just to manage the mics. Yeah, okay. Good, good. All right, yeah. Commissioner, I'm gonna start with the big number and go down.
Okay.
599 and 554.
Yes, sir.
And I guess we can even lean into what our good friend Mr. Hogan was discussing earlier. Look at FY 25, we're at 58. Is that 58 on track with what we've done in the past?
Yeah, that's just since July. So
Right.
that's just July's number is what you're seeing here, the 58.
So we're well back into a pace to where we can be up in the 500s.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what are the primary arrests of the civilians for?
Contraband.
Okay, what is the number one type of contraband?
If you flip over, we can kind of go through that because that's the next part of the presentation. If we can come back to staff or offender arrest too, but
Okay, let's do that then. Let's march forward.
all right. If you flip over the next page, you see this is the end of fiscal year 24. We talk about our drone. We had our drone interceptions, 166, 434 drone incidents, and 151 drone arrests. The majority of our staff arrests, that 500 number, that's also comprised of our canine searches and canine arrests, come from contraband trying to be introduced into our prisons. Vast majority of all of the civilian arrests, they're introducing contraband or attempting to introduce contraband into our prisons. And so drones continue to be a problem. If you continue to flip over, our cell phones continue to be a problem. You can see,
Commissioner, if you can tell me real quick, the drones fly over the prison.
yes, sir.
Do the drones land typically or they drop the contraband?
So some both, they do both. Sometimes they land or sometimes they drop. Majority of the time they drop. We've had to here over the last couple of years retrofit some of our prisons, put things over the windows because there was some point in time they would actually, the offenders would break out their windows and the drone would fly straight to the window and they would just grab the package right from inside their cell. So drones continue to be a chronic issue. This past weekend, I'm not sure how many introduction of drone alerts and civilians and people that we arrested over the weekend, but every single day we're arresting a civilian somewhere throughout the state. And also want to point out, not get too far ahead of our on the presentation, but it's in here. I can skip it for time purposes, but we also partner with our local sheriff's departments, local police departments, and state and federal partners too to also combat this contraband issue. So we have sheriff's offices and off-duty deputies that kind of work with us on the perimeter outside of the prison grounds to help us intercept contraband before it actually gets to the prison.
Is a lot of times the contraband retrieved by the inmate outside the prison on the grounds? And to make sure we all understand, do inmates in most of our prisons have time outside of their cell that involves them going outside?
Some inmates do, but I could tell you the majority of the contraband that gets retrieved is due to our aging infrastructure. Sometimes they pop out of the locks that go through the pipe chases, get up onto the roof of the prison and actually and retrieve the contraband that way as well.
Do we do security checks on the roofs of our prisons?
We do, yes.
Yeah, rhetorical. Yeah.
But again, it kind of speaks to that to the aging infrastructure. But drones continue to be an issue there. As you can see, you flip over to the next slide. Our cell phones. This is the cell phones that were confiscated from inside the prison. This is not any of the cell phones that were intercepted prior to getting into the prison. So you see in 2019, we seized 7,229 cell phones. 2020, 7,565. 2021, 8,108. 2022, 13,304. 23, 14,497 so far this year. We're at 10,051 cell phones that we've taken out of our prisons. On average, monthly average is anywhere between 13 to 1,500 cell phones that come into our digital forensic unit from inside the prisons.
And what are done with these phones after the case is over?
They're usually destroyed. It's the contraband cell phones we destroy. We get so many of them. There's nothing that we don't have a use for them. And so speaking of that, and most of these cell phones that come in that we confiscated goes to our digital forensic unit. I won't go too much detail into that, but it's our Intel unit that's embedded in our OPS unit that actually goes in and downloads the phones. We take that data and information and we actually go after the criminal element. So if we see that it's tied to either staff, we make sure we deal with that. If it's tied to other civilians outside of our prison walls, we go after them as well. They're introducing contraband and trying to cause harm inside of our prisons and other offenders. And so that unit works very hard and diligently to make sure that continue to keep our prisons safe as possible.
Has there been an attempt to bring any weapons into the prison
Yes.
via drones and
Yes,
firearms, edge weapons, things of that nature?
yes. And so that's one of the things too, as these drones, and they're not, and we're going to bring some in, but you can see it in that picture that you have there. These are not little drones that like I spoke about last Friday. We do have some of those smaller drones, but these can carry payloads up to 50, somewhat 100 pounds, 200 pounds. Some of these drones that we're confiscating. I mean, these are huge drones that we're seeing. Again, it's another effort that is just a constant battle that we're fighting, that most of the inmates now, they're not trying to compromise as many staff as possible because they said they can get anything they want via the sky or via drone. To that point, if you're on the next slide, it's total shakedowns that we've done from year to date. You see in 2019, obviously we had 70, 2020 in COVID 56, 2021 we did 35, 2022 322, 23 443, and then year to date 287. And I will say this: one of the things Governor Kemp asked me to do when I got into this role is to make sure that, number one, I do the right thing, crack down on gang and criminal activity both inside and outside of the prisons if it reaches that point. It kind of goes to his initiative. And one of the things internally that we're doing, not only are we combating the gang issue and combating the criminal element within inside, we're also taking the fight to them and making sure that we're going down and doing as many shakedowns as possible to make sure that we rid the prisons as much as possible of contraband of any type. So it's not just weapons and drugs, but any type of contraband that they can use to cause disruption into our prison system. We're making sure we do that. So the charge that I gave my team is that we're going to continue. My goal is to exceed that 443 number this year. We got to stay in our prisons to make sure with our tax squads, our IRT, our K9, a concerted effort to make sure that we get this contraband out, because as you saw the last fiscal year, that's drone introductions. That's not including the throwovers. That's not including any other type of introduction. We had over 400 drone interceptions or sightings in our prison. So we got to make sure we stay in there constantly to make sure we keep as much stuff out of the prison as possible.
And these shakedowns are unannounced, right?
Correct.
And the shakedowns, are they carried out by specialized teams that understand exactly what a shakedown is supposed to be like?
Absolutely. And so to that point, this is the shakedowns that are done by our specialized team. This is not, we also, the prison and the wardens, they do shakedowns constantly every single day. So this is outside of that. So, it is done by a specialized team, where it's our response team, our CERT team members, our tax squads, and then of course our OPS agents, special agents, and K9.
What kind of personal items on average is an inmate allowed to have in their cell?
Man, I'll let you get into that.
So they have what you call a family package that they're allowed to receive in, and that, usually it's $60 worth of items that they have in. They have different T-shirts or items, shaving items. So
Are these packages purchased from within inside the prison?
yes, and they also purchase from outside, from a vendor as well.
Say that again?
We have a vendor that also supplies it as well. Some of the items that can be purchased that we've authorized to come inside the facility.
It's a vendor?
Correct.
Okay. But they cannot like, I'm sorry, go ahead and tell me what kind of
So
items are allowed.
day to day, you have what you would probably see as commissary items that we have a store for lack of better words, inside the facility that they can request for purchase each week and then bring those items back into their sale. We also have on a certain basis, quarterly basis, certain food packages or clothing items that can be sent into the facility from that vendor as well on special times, holidays and things of that nature.
Is there a limitation to how many store items they can have in their cell?
It is. We typically restrict those items. Actually, we just went up to $75 that can be housed inside of the actual box, and that's per week.
Okay, but that $75 is not broken down. I could buy $75 worth of Snickers bars, right?
Correct.
And can I buy $75 worth of Snickers bars every week?
You can if it will fit within the confines of the locker boxes.
The locker box. And so basically I could build me up a bank of Snickers bars and use it as currency
You could.
with inside my cell block,
You
right?
could.
Is that a concern?
It's constantly, it goes back to the conversation I had earlier about the weekly shakedowns, the daily shakedowns that occur. Those are some of the things that are taken into consideration. They're going locker box to ensure that those items are as diagrammed or required in our policy. We have a certain limitation on number of books, certain limitation on food items and where they can be stored. So you would never have, an overwhelming amount of Snicker bars per se, but you do have a limit in the space that they can go into.
Is gambling allowed
No,
inside?
it is not.
But does gambling occur inside?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so those kind of concerns have to be factored in, right? Because gambling leads to violence, leads to extortion, leads to many other.
Absolutely.
Issue.
Commissary items kind of going in a direction you're going will always serve as currency inside of our facilities. And we're recently being faced with cell phones dominating that, so they can pay directly now on Cash App and cryptocurrency. But traditionally, commissary items served as also as cash for those.
Is there a limit as to how much money an inmate can have on the books?
No, it's not.
Okay,
It's a
so
limit on the spend amount.
absolutely a limit on the spend, but not a limit on the amount.
Correct.
So I could be an inmate and have $10,000 available.
Correct.
Okay. And is it not true that that adds value and power to my position inside there, that I've got that kind of juice?
Without a doubt.
Could we lower that amount? And what I'm saying is so legally, I don't think there's anything preventing us from it, since we're doing, you're setting the spending limit at $75 a week from our commissary and the vendor commissary. And so,
A lot of times, the items are coming as a result of retirements, wills, things of that nature that, we have little control over VA, and things that come into the system and it goes into their account. So we serve as that holding space for that offender that may have a life sentence and no family.
and so but that money couldn't be placed in a separate account to where it could not be, in the inmate account is a store account, correct? Is
It's
money available to the inmate to spend if they choose?
I'll let you speak to it specifically, but there are several accounts within that, and that commissary account or either that technology spend account when we had our tablets moving, that they could push money over into each area, which is why we set a spend amount limit so that they can't, we can limit as much as they can do. And
So how does an inmate pay for store?
well, they request that amount. We send out a sheet each week of what they're going to purchase.
A menu? Yeah.
Correct. That purchase amount goes to the commissary.
Is
and
this all paper?
it is a paper
Okay.
system.
Yeah.
Once they determine what they're going to get, it's retrieved, pulled, and they come to the store and retrieve those items, and then those items are taken off their account. That cost is taken off of their account.
Okay. How's the money transferred from their account into the vendor or DOC account?
It's in the same system, so it's just
Electronically?
over as a cost.
And your staff does the electronic shift?
Correct.
And how often is that process audited?
annually, but monthly there's an annual audit of all accounts. And then there's a monthly audit of the commissary spend.
Can a staffer transfer funds from an inmate account to anywhere else?
No.
But staffers are aware of the balance in an inmate's account, correct?
I don't think they have the total access. I have to check on that to see what the fools.
Let's see, hang on. And introduce yourself, please.
I'm Jackson DeFore, Assistant Commissioner of Admin and Finance. It's limited to who has access to view those account balances for the offenders.
If I'm the correctional officer charged with managing, well, let's say my commissary comes in, Senator Jackson enters in the information, transfers the $75 from my account over to pay for it. She doesn't have access to what my balance is?
COs most of the time do not. No, sir. They do
Okay,
not.
so what if I don't have $75 and I order $75 worth of items?
The transaction will not process. You have
Because
to
the
have balance.
system will show,
Right.
but she wouldn't know that I had $10,000 in my account?
Correct.
And for clarification, there's an admin and finance
Right.
team at the facility level as well. That's not done through the correctional staff that's there.
Right. Our counselors and the commissary staff, they can see those balances when the requests come in, and they have a process they go through to submit back saying, this is what you have. And most of the offenders are aware of their balances.
Now, when you say they have a spin back to say this is what you have, then they're sending them back the balance of their account, correct?
Yes, sir. That's what they're supposed
And
to
if
do.
that's the $10,000, then the inmate's made aware of the fact they have $10,000.
Well, usually it's limited to that week. What they have, they can
Okay.
spend that week. Yes, sir.
Okay. But
But they can gain that through the counselor staff, what their account balances are.
so it would be known information if an inmate was flush, had plenty of money
Absolutely.
within and once it got in back to
He'll tell you.
he'll talk because he'll gamble and he'll do the other things that require some kind of monetary power to do. So, and I guess what you're saying is there's no way that we can limit that account.
Yeah, they're regulated and so there's, go ahead, speak to it. Bella.
Yeah, the inmate trust account, a lot of that's federally regulated. So we have some inmates who work and they receive money through the PI program
Right.
and that goes into that account. And then the federal requirements require so much of it goes into savings for when they get out, if they're going to get out. And so there's some requirements
The
around
fe-
it. It goes to pay any restitution.
But
or
the federal
fines.
doesn't limit what can go over. It says it doesn't have an amount that can go over.
Right,
It says a portion must.
right.
go
It
over,
doesn't
right?
have a limit on the account.
So if we set a ceiling saying an inmate at no time could have more than $500 in their store account, anything above that number could be transferred into the trust, right?
Yeah,
And please correct me if I'm wrong. I'm
the
just,
balance is.
I'm just
in the
a
trust.
cop. I don't know.
Yeah, the balance is in the trust. It's called a trust account. So it's
So it's
basically
a
like a
single
bank
account.
Yeah.
Correct.
And so that single account is available, even though y'all have limits on purchases, that single account is available to the inmate for,
As long as they're in the facility.
can they
For
transfer
inclusion.
any monies out of that account?
They can
If they have a
transfer-
grandmother that's in need of
Yes.
surgery?
They have a withdrawal process that we go through that they request, and it at different amounts, it requires a hierarchy of approval.
Has what it
A
requires?
hierarchy of approval
Right.
depending on the amount.
But basically that approval is going to be based on the justification that they're stating that they need the money for.
Correct. In most cases, if it's a substantial amount over $500, we require them to provide documentation, usually for something like attorney fees, paying for funerals of a loved one, things like that. They'll send us invoices from the funeral home or the
Well,
attorney.
I think
with a
all of
letter.
us up here have been contacted by families that have been extorted by inmates inside the correctional facility. And I think in most cases, the person doing the extortion has somebody on the outside that helps collect money. But do we have a way of determining if innocent citizens who are becoming victims of this are putting money into inmates' accounts?
We actually have an approval list on who can put money into their accounts. It's usually 5 members that are approved.
So if I'm on the approval list, Senator Jackson's being extorted, she brings the money to my house and then I put it on the inmate's account, right?
Either that, or most of the time when they're being extorted, it's done off the book, so to speak, through cash apps.
Cash apps to somebody outside.
Correct.
She would cash app the money to me and then I would go and put it on the books of whoever
Or
my
with
friend is.
the issues with contraband cell phones, it'll go straight to the inmate's account on Cash App.
So if I've got an inmate inside the facility with a contraband cell phone and I'm extorting money from my cellmate, then my cellmate calls his mother and she sends the money via Cash App to the phone.
Correct.
Okay. So,
Or somebody on the outside, say, if I'm in prison and I want the money, I don't have a Cash App or don't have access, then yeah, I could get them to send it to you and to hold for me for whatever kind of deals I want to make later on.
so to try to address these problems, we first need to get rid of all the contraband cell phones
Absolutely.
and possibly put a cap on. And I understand, the federal portion is to protect the inmate. Or in some cases, I think the gentleman said, dealing with restitution or something like that, which would be court order type restitution that said on the inmate sentence card. But, that to me, the restitution thing's a little odd because you would think that money would be expedited out to go ahead and address the problem.
I think when you're looking at that, probably just to look in a little bit deeper to figure out also, like you said, like wills, if their family member dies, they're the last one that's still entitled to that money. So that money would probably have to go somewhere to be held on their book. So there might be, I don't know what that limit would be. You just don't know. Each individual's probably different in that respect. So in looking at that, we probably have to figure out what that threshold would be for a recommendation.
And in the will situation, some inmate comes into a good amount of cash and he or she is not bright enough not to keep that a secret. There's a very good chance they make themselves a victim or potential victim by allowing that information to get around the institution, right?
It all
If
depends
I
on-
know Tyrone's all of a sudden worth $800,000, I mean, me and my buddy's gonna say, Tyrone's gotta share the wealth. And so there's some opportunities there for some problems to occur.
Could be,
Yeah. And
depending on that
so
individual.
I just, my reptilian brain is leading me to believe that there has to be some way that we can manage the value, the assets of the inmate in order to cut down on some of the issues that the officers, when they go in for these shakedowns and other things, we make the picture so much clearer as to what the rules are. Because like we said, there's everything in the commissary other than what they're wearing is currency. And watching Saturday football or Monday night football or any other sport, gambling's going to occur, and then the card games and everything else that go on in there.
I mean, not only commissary, but again, the other contraband that gets in is definitely currency as well.
No, I got you right here.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for my tardiness. I had to be a priest this morning. But I'm grateful to you, the DOC, for being here. As a result of this committee, I've gotten a lot of feedback, and one of the things that's been brought to my attention as it relates to contraband is needing or receiving access to cigarettes and to tobacco products. So one person who has a loved one on the inside suggested that if tobacco products were available, then some of I mean, they had a loved one who got in trouble for having a tobacco product, right? And so just the question is, who's responsible for that? If people had access to cigarettes, which they would have on the outside, cigarettes are not illegal if you're over 18, right? Do you see that? Because these people on the outside believe that that could actually help in some way. Do you see a relationship between contraband tobacco and crime and whatever?
Yeah, it also goes back to, and I heard that too, but also goes back to, the secondhand smoke issue and health related issues that you're going to have to pay for on the back end, allowing the tobacco to be inside the prisons where, I don't smoke, then next thing I'm exposed, or you playing on the health side of things with the health effects, the side effects that come with tobacco smoking. So you kind of hear that point, but there's also long-term effects for allowing something like that to take place.
And,
I would
and-
also tell
and
you-
wouldn't you have the haves and the have-nots where I could afford to get a carton of cigarettes and my buddy across the way could not? And so I could use my cigarettes as currency also for sexual favors, for other things possibly, which is what we used to run into and that was our top selling item in our large jail were cigarettes.
So cigarettes are also a commissary item at the time when it was here. I think around 2010, we pulled away from the cigarettes for exactly what the commissioner's talking about. I'll tell you, I was a deputy warden at the time and contraband was still an issue even with the cigarettes being in place. So it wouldn't serve as a deterrent for contraband to come in because it didn't serve as a deterrent when we had cigarettes in there.
And as a follow-up, do we have smoke cessation programs available to folks who come in with that addiction? And I hear you on the smoke. Chewless or smokeless tobacco is a thing. Is that not available as well? Are we concerned about mouth cancer? Is that the problem?
Yeah, health effects long term. We're paying a lot already, so you put that on top of it. Those long term effects for taking care of those individuals. Again, they're coming with us. They're coming to us a lot younger. They're staying with us a lot longer, and to be able to aiding that wouldn't be beneficial to the state.
And so to your question about smoking cessation, the entire agency went through a smoking cessation program when it was pulled away to include the staff members, because many staff are also, so the policy doesn't just apply to the offenders, it applied to the staff that also smoked inside of facilities at times. So yes, that program is available to them as well.
No, but for folks who come in as new detainees, new people who are coming in.
We still have that cessation program.
They do receive some type of treatment to help with that addiction.
Is that part of the conversation and classification when somebody comes in at Jackson where they are able to tell if they smoke and?
When they start talking about whatever addictions that they self-admit to during that time, all of those things are discussed with their counseling staff
Now, staff are prohibited from smoking on campus, correct?
inside the facility. I think each facility has a designated smoking area outside of the facility itself.
So has there been an issue with staffers bringing tobacco into the facility and offering it to the inmates?
Yes, we've arrested staff for introducing tobacco.
Right. Is that a rare? I know cell phones are the predominant thing, but
I mean, I think in general, it's rare for staff. I mean, you saw the numbers. It's rare for staff to
when you're talking about 10,000 employees, yeah, the numbers are not.
versus the number of civilians that we have that we catch introducing. Now, do we catch all staff? Probably not, but the ones we catch, it's very small. And here and during the recent investigation too, it was revealed through testimony from the offender population that in certain prisons, it's your front entry process is hard to get anything through. So that's why they turn into drones and going back over the throwovers. But do we have staff bringing in stuff? Yeah, but they can get larger quantities through other means than staff.
Yes.
No, you're on. Yeah.
Thank you. So can you all speak to, if in an ideal world, we had a fully staffed prison, so we were at 100% staffing, how would that impact our contraband? So I hear us trying to attack this from the side of like, how do we limit how much money people have, those type of things. But if our prison were fully staffed at 100%, what do you imagine would be the contraband issue at that point?
You still have contraband. I think you could probably, wouldn't be probably as much, but it'll still be there. I think contraband in prisons have been contraband in prisons for as long as I can remember and even go back to. They found a way to get something in. I think what we're dealing with right now is something that we haven't dealt with in the past, is this the amount and the drones, really.
Sure. And so let me rephrase that. So put another way, if we had 100% staffing, I'm looking at the pictures here that you provided for us. If we were staffed at 100%, what's the likelihood that a huge drone with a large payload could actually find its way inside of the prison to the folks who were there if we were fully staffed?
I think the misconception that, quite often I was a warden, and permit me to speak on this, at that time, if I had a fully staffed facility, we may have had 45 people there to 1,500 inmates. So and then when you talk about those 40, 45 people that are there during that time frame, it doesn't prohibit inmate from creating a diversion inside of a facility and then a drone coming in. Fights occurred in order to create diversion for staff to respond to, and then have vacant spots of those things that come inside of our facility. So those things still occurred even when we were fully staffed. The contraband issue is not a new issue. And so even 10, 20 years ago, when we were better staffed, we were fighting the contraband element. It goes back to the availability of technology, from the cell phone to now the drones, whereas drones didn't used to fly things in. Now you have something that can pinpoint location, go up, 2,000-3,000 feet in the air and drop something without even being seen a lot of times. So I will tell you that element will still exist.
Yeah, and I think he's going to touch exactly what I'm going to touch on too, as far as the the fully staffing issue. You still got 1,500, 1,600, sometimes 2,000 inmates on a fully staffed shift versus the number of officers that we have if we were fully staffed.
Yeah, I think I'm just struggling, and maybe I haven't spent enough time in prisons to get this. I'm struggling to understand how such a large payload could make it inside a facility repeatedly if we had a full staff of people watching. Especially, my understanding is these payloads land on a roof oftentimes. So that requires someone who is incarcerated to be able to access the roof, to take it down. It's not small. They're not putting them in their pocket. So just help paint a picture for me to help me understand why a full staff would not be able to intervene in that.
Even to what Assistant Commissioner Holt just spoke of, they know that it's coming in, so it's a diversionary tactic that they use to pull us away from the area in which the drone drop is going to occur. And so, even if you're fully staffed, for example, if we had to deal with a disturbance, you're dealing with a very organized group of people that will create a disturbance to pull the full staff away to go deal with that, and only leave our limited staffing that we have to have manned in those essential areas in place. But everybody's dealing with that to create that diversion to go get it. If we were fully staffed, could it help mitigate some of it? Yes, probably help mitigate some of it, but I can tell you not all of it, because the tactics that would be used to be able to get it will just continue.
And I think earlier the commissioner spoke to the aging infrastructure. So when you spoke about inmates being able to get onto roofs, you have pipe chases and things that are built in such a way that inmates are able to access the roof from those pipe chases. So our job is to continuously harden and retrofit those areas to try to fight against it. And that's a daily fight.
And you brought up a number during the conversation. You said 45 to 1,500, 45 staff to 1,500.
Correct. And that's me being ideal.
No, I'm saying ideal. Now that 45, is that 45 per shift?
That's 40 per shift.
Okay. So and that 45 is dispersed throughout the campus, right?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Just trying to get that number in my head.
And again, if you just flip through some of the pictures, not to kind of belabor the point, but you can kind of see some of the things that we're dealing with when it comes to contraband and the amount of contraband that's coming inside. There's one picture there, and I just wanted to just make sure that I just pointed out to make sure that you all know, and the committee knows, whoever has this report knows. You see a picture on one of the slides where there's several weapons there, a Glock, 6 Sawyer, and I think a Taurus or whatever. some of the people that we catch trying to introduce contraband inside of our prisons are carrying weapons. So that picture didn't come from inside a prison. We didn't confiscate a gun inside the prison, but they are the majority of the time, vast majority of the time, carrying weapons when we catch these individuals trying to introduce contraband into our prison. So we can't say definitively that we're trying to get one in or not, but we do know for a fact that they do carry weapons to either protect themselves while they're doing this operation, or we don't know what the actual intent of it is. But I want to make sure I point that out, that did not come from inside of a prison, but oftentimes that they carry that with them. And of course, it points out of our partnership with Washington County Sheriff's Office, where these pictures actually came from.
Commissioner, recently there was an individual killed on one of your campuses by firearm, correct?
Correct.
And which campus was that?
Smith State Prison,
And what county is that?
Tatnall County.
Right. And who investigated that case?
We did Office of Professional staff,
Ops.
and along with GBI. Yes,
Okay, is that case concluded?
it's not
It's not concluded?
still ongoing.
Okay. Is there do you feel there's a clear hypothesis as to how that weapon made it on the campus?
I can tell you from the intel and the interviews that we've done through our OPS agents that they're saying that the weapon got in via drone. I can't say definitively because we don't know when or what part of the drop. But we can say that the intel and the information that we got from multiple interviews came from that. We're still in the process of downloading multiple cell phones that we received throughout the investigation. That's one of the reasons why it's still open. And then also, quite frankly, we're still receiving information on that. Is the reason why the investigation is still open. So we haven't closed it just yet. But that's the intel that we received from interviews and also through some of the downloads that we've done.
What was the position of the individual that was murdered?
She was a food service worker,
Was she a contract employee?
contract employee. Yes, sir.
Okay, and what was the position of the individual who is believed to have carried out the murder?
He was an inmate.
Okay,
That's what I said. Prison.
and so the inmate it's believed to be that the inmate was in possession of the firearm, correct?
Correct.
Okay,
He was. And there's, like I said, again, without getting too much into the
Right.
details of the investigation, it wasn't any indication that that the weapon was brought in by her and any other employee.
and to your knowledge, is this the only time that we believe that a firearm has been brought in via drone onto one of our campuses here?
No.
Okay. Have we had any other murders that you're aware of that occurred by firearm that was illegally brought into our campus, any of our campuses?
I want to say a while back there was a person that was shot and killed in one of our prisons, but I'm not sure if it was by an inmate. But it was,
Not to my knowledge, I'm not aware of that. We did have 2 officers killed on a transportation bus.
Yeah,
yeah.
But when I first got the report on this, it seemed like a unicorn
Very
to
much,
me. It was
Definitely.
Very rare
very much.
occurrence, yeah. And so, and I look forward to the conclusion of that investigation so we can determine if in fact a drone was used because, and to Senator Jackson's point, if that was in fact, then that would have been a very limited network of knowledge of individuals, because this doesn't seem like it would be a big conspiracy, like bringing in cell phones, drugs, and other type of contraband where it would require a lot of detailed planning, I think, because I think a great point that the deputy commissioner made was the 45 to 1500. I don't know that someone unless they work at Kia or unless they work in a prison or something like that, understand how thin the span of control gets the further out you move away from the 45. And so that can be difficult, but I think it's sad that one thing we have to blame for that is the lack of hardening on these institutions, because when I start thinking about people having to use the infrastructure of the building to get up to the roof. I mean, this sounds very much Shawshank kind of fantasy that that we would still have to worry about people using our own buildings against us to bring in stuff, especially now when we have an incident where they brought in a deadly weapon and used it against an employee. And so that's a concern of mine, but absolutely.
So one of the things that I'm hearing as a constant thread is, we need to spend millions of dollars on hardening our facilities. But I'm curious about some comparative data. Maybe we've never been fully staffed in our prisons. Perhaps I'm wrong. But how does the crime and the problems with contraband today compare with a time and a season in which we were more fully staffed? Because I have a hard time believing that it's just not hardening our buildings. And nor do I think that our buildings are somehow have gotten, I just would like to see some comparative data. And also one of the things that someone brought to my attention is also the makeup of our correctional officers and the fact that most of them, it seems now, are perhaps women. I'm a woman. We are very capable of doing all things and having large populations of females serving in male prisons. I wonder about their ability to control that population as it might compare to a time in which most of our COs were male. So just would like to have some real facts as opposed to just this conjecture that if only we harden it, and not really emphasize the importance of increasing staffing.
Yeah, well, I think hardening goes back to several different things when it comes back to not only contraband, but homemade weapons as well. And I think to your point, when you look at it from in the past, again, we talked about our violent population that's increased. So when we built the prisons back then, it was conducive to the population that we were potentially housing now, then, not now. And so that's one of the reasons why we have to harden it. And then it's the ongoing maintenance. They're constantly finding ways to get to the infrastructure to make any type of weapons, to get on the roof, to whatever. So, but we can get you some of that data, and you're absolutely right. I mean, the men and women that we have working at the Georgia Department of Corrections are phenomenal. The ladies that I see, I mean, they do a phenomenal job going in there each and every day. They're brave. So they're fully capable of doing the job, of, if not better than us men. But we can definitely try to get you some data points of that. I know Med's been in the system, Assistant Commissioner Holt's been in the system for a while. He could probably speak to some of what you're asking about as well.
So quite honestly, balance is always amazing. But I will be remiss if I left it at that. We have women inside of these facilities that, I go to war with any time when it comes to dealing with our facilities. Where it hinders us more than anything is where we have our gender specific posts and the things that we're allowed to do or not do. One male and one female are the same in my eyes when they're walking inside the facilities. So I just want to be clear about, what they do and how they do what they do, because they do it at a high level. But when you're talking about what we're faced with, when Commissioner hit on it, the aging infrastructure, when people say drones, I always call them unmanned aircraft flying things inside of our facilities, because it is not the same. It is not the same as us battling, keeping inmates inside of a building or from exiting our facilities. We're now battling something that's coming, an element that is coming from outside of our facilities at a rate that you would not believe. And, it's like Hartsfield-Jackson Airport with drones coming inside of our facilities. So when you talk about having the staff, whether you have, and I say 45 is an ideal situation, but when you have 15 staff at a prison, 30 staff at a prison, if we had 100 staff at a prison, that is not the number that is conducive for battling the element that we're dealing with right now when you're having drones flying things inside of our facilities. So additional staff will always be amazing, but we always have to look at the force multiplier. This is a situation where no one silver bullet is going to stop this problem, which is why we have to look at the infrastructure. We have to look at the technology. We have to look at staffing. We have to look at all these things pulling together to be able to help us fight this fight that we're in.
And one of the things you continue to say, Commissioner, is that our offenders are more violent than they have in the past. Do you have some statistics to speak to that? Because my understanding is that in terms of violent crime over the years, that we're actually safer today than we were in the 90s. And so I go back to my question that I had last week is, do we just have more people consolidated in the same place who are violent and not as many nonviolent offenders to kind of help to mellow that out. Because, or is it true that, how do you know that they're more violent today than they were in the past? Because what we know in the streets, that doesn't seem consistent.
Yeah, they're, when you look at the data and not only what they're convicted of being violent crime or what they're sentenced of, but then also their disciplinary history while they're with us drives that data. And we can surely give you that to you. I think, again, like I spoke to you, I think Friday, since criminal justice reform, we've seen a 12% increase in violent offenders, and that's also reflective in what you're seeing as far as sentence lengths. The courts are sending people to us now with life sentences. I mean, I think our average, like I said, our average sentence length is 32 years. It's 29 for females. So not only the male population, but only the female populations are getting more violent as well. And so this is it's a product of the sentencing that we're getting out there on the street. And I think I might have a chart that I can give to you sometime after this meeting that kind of shows that trend from even back 20, 30 years ago, and you're seeing that trend of the population increasing and where the violent population is going. And so even back then, it started becoming violent. They're with us now. So while you're safer out here on the streets today, it's because they've been with us. Some of those people have been with us for 20, 30 years already.
And I think a prime example of that, and, you know, if you don't agree, I appreciate the feedback, but even during the 80s when President Clinton was in office and we had this tough on crime agenda and 3 strikes you're out and all this other kind of stuff, if you look nationally, violent crime went down. But if you look inside the prisons, the federal prisons and state prisons, the level of violent inmate increased. So the reason being is what we see on the street in general is not the population that you see inside. And Senator Jackson used the right word, I think, in concentrated. What we've done is we have removed these violent individuals from our communities and we've concentrated them inside these institutions. And these are a lot of individuals who have practiced this behavior since they were 13 years old and beyond. So what we've done is put them in there. And I think there's a misconception that if you take a few good guys and you put them in with the bad guys, that the good guys are going to influence the bad guys. In many cases, it goes the opposite direction.
I was about to mention that. Exactly right. And, you know, and you saw that in juvenile justice too. And I was over in Department of Juvenile Justice as a commissioner. You don't want to commit a kid to teach them a lesson and put them in DJJ because they're going to come out as a more hardened criminal. Same thing is going to happen in the adult system, or they're going to be victimized. The population that we have now, we don't have that many nonviolent people are in our system, and there are mixed with them right now. But we got to make sure the classification is right, where those nonviolent offenders that we have, they're actually, you know, doing some of our work, I guess, and like I said, in our GCI plants, or some of our maintenance departments and things of that nature, going out working on the farms, things of that nature. But I can't put a nonviolent or somebody who has low propensity of violence with a violent offender. That wouldn't be good.
Yeah, and let me be clear. I'm not suggesting that we take people who are nonviolent and submit them in. I would actually argue people who are nonviolent don't belong in prison in the first place. But I do think that having a greater concentration of violent offenders in the same place would result in you needing to harden facilities, for instance.
And some of that point too, and let me just go back. We do have, like I said, some of our mentor programs that we spoke about Friday, that we put through programs on male and female side, that we go back in, they go into our level 5 prisons and try to mentor those individuals within there, but just trying to have a concentration of, let's just sprinkle 5 nonviolent people or something like that into a dorm and at one of our level 5 prisons. Probably would be good, but if you want.
Yeah, so I think, you know, just for clarification's sake, when we talk about 75 violent, we're talking about convictions. So then you start talking about the close security offenders, and that's what we're talking about at our level 5. So we have violent offenders throughout our system.
Right.
So 75% of our system is violent. Criminal justice reform did exactly what it was supposed to do, and it's amazing. The deterring effects of it is keeping people with low-lying crimes out of our system. But in turn, we are housing those offenders that have violent offenses, which is why it is safer in the community. It is our job to make sure that we're maintaining those folks. So when we start talking about how we're balancing close security offenders and violent offenders throughout the system, first, our entire system has 75% violent. When we start talking about our close security prisons have a lion's share of the close security offenders because of the infrastructure, how they were built, how they were designed. It does not mean that our medium security prisons don't have close security prison offenders, which they do. So when we talk about infrastructure needs, it's not just our level 5s. Our medium security prisons and even our minimum security prisons have infrastructure needs. So it is a system-wide thing that we're working on.
And I'd like to, if I can pivot for just a moment. Commissioner, you continue to bring up the fact that folks are staying longer, that the sentences are longer. And this may not be your purview, but I'm curious about incentives for good behavior for folks who do have these really long sentences. I know you all offer a myriad of programs. It varies from place to place, but there are programs in place. But if someone's been sentenced to 30 years or to multiple life sentences, what incentives, are there incentives built into the process to help make those folks want to behave differently if they've been sentenced to these long things? And connected to that is, people get pick points. Do those pick points matter? Do they, if you get X number of pick points, does that mean that you get to go to Burris or that you get to move to a different facility or get into a new program? Like how do those things work as incentive in terms of incentivizing good behavior, if you will?
So when you talk about PIC credits, the performance incentive credit, all eligible offenders receive those performance incentive credits. And as a result of it, they get an opportunity for the parole board to consider them for early release. And they do an amazing job, good partnership with parole and ensuring that those folks receive that credit that are due that credit. And so long as their behavior, their discipline is in the way that it should be, then parole does an excellent job of helping us to get those people where they need to be. When you start talking about our longer serving offenders, those that have life sentences and 30-year sentences, we have programs with them in mind as well, to include our lifers programs and our mentorship programs. The folks that you see doing a lot of our programs are serving some of our longer sentences. And contrary to popular demand, someone who's been in prison 30 years has begun to figure it out. And they're actually helping us to address those offenders that are just being introduced to our systems. So many times they are at our Burris's as mentors. They're at our Metros as mentors. They're even at our Walkers as mentors. So we have to make sure that those folks that have done 30 years with no DRs have that opportunity as well. And parole continues to look at those that have life sentences that have the opportunity for parole.
And so is there a schedule? If a person gets 10 PIC credits, then they get to be heard before the parole board, or is there a schedule? Do people know, do folks who are incarcerated today know that if they get X amount of PIC points, this is the next step? And, if they get this many and this more, is there a chart that's laid out?
That's a very good question. Every inmate gets a handbook, and they get that preliminary information about how the system works as a parole standpoint. When they come into diagnostics, parole also has that conversation with them at diagnostics. Again, when they get to the facility level, there's a classification process where they're also informed about how that process works. When they meet with their counselor on a quarterly basis, they talk to them about their parole eligibility date, their tentative parole dates, as well as their PIC points and how much they've earned. They're very well aware of it. And they're given what's called an offender plan that shows them what they have to take for that month, what they need to do, and what their PIC credits are. So they're aware of how that process works to get them those times. Offenders will tell you right away, hey, I'm about to hit my PIC month. You never hear an inmate not tell you, hey, my TPM is at a certain time. Why am I not released? Those are the conversations that we constantly have with them to make sure that they're aware. And that access comes from not only the counseling staff, but even the security staff that are aware of those programs as well.
But would you say the vast majority of the problems that we're having in prisons aren't coming from those individuals who are concerned about pick points, right?
No, absolutely not.
And that when we start looking at the averages of the sentences, we're held by the courts. If they run something concurrent, if they run it consecutive, if they want to boxcar everything, then we're pretty much, and pardons and parole are obligated. The hearings, rarely is anybody ever surprised they have a hearing coming up because they track it and they know when they have a hearing coming up. Their family members, their loved ones, those outside are working hard, trying to get the right information to the right person on the parole board to try to help their loved one get out. Would that be correct?
I will always tell you that, even with us, parole and Department of Corrections work very closely. Parole board comes inside of the facilities and meets with those offenders during those hearings and times that you're speaking of. So very complimentary of how much they come in and actually are a part of the system. They're not just another agency down the street. They operate as if they're a part of the Department of Corrections.
And we also have a monthly population meeting too, to go over that, so they can kind of keep a track and a pulse on what our population's looking like, and so they make those decisions as well.
And
One
when
of
we
the-
talk about nonviolent offenders, we're talking about property theft, tends to be burglaries, things of that nature tend to encompass a lot of that, would you say? And what we're not talking about is people walking around with a sack of weed in their pocket, right?
Well, no, but when you say that, you do also have offenders with low-level drug crimes, but
Right.
They-
But normally the drug crimes that come out on the monthly report are distribution cases, right?
Correct.
Yeah, where they're selling and things of that nature.
Absolutely.
And many times it's weight. It's not a nickel bag or 5 pounds of marijuana. It's weight of drugs. So, and that would be a nonviolent offender who would be obligated or who would be eligible for one of the less close supervision facilities, I would think, during classification, as opposed to an ag assault.
It
or-
depends.
But then there's always going to be the contraband issue because of the connections.
Or it
outside.
depends, so they may come in with that low level, but then again, the institutional disciplinary history may turn them in, may put them at a level 5 or a close security prison based off of their behavior while they're with us. So they may come to us as a, low level or nonviolent offender, but in our system, they turn violent for whatever reason, and then that'll push up their classification to be housed in a close security.
Right. And sometimes, I mean, and people like to throw around the word institutionalized, but what we realize is based on the culture of who's there, people are in many cases find themselves having to react in ways they had never had to react before because, the neighborhood I grew up in was not a neighborhood occupied by 75% of the residents were not violent residents.
Right.
And then once I'm put in that concentration there, but the choice I made put me there. And so, but not every offender in there that builds up a terrible disciplinary record and
Correct.
so there's some unique things.
So Senator Jackson, you brought up something about, and I want to be clear about when I say stratification. So if you have a facility that is 80% close security, and then you have 20% of that population that is a low level offenders, a percentage of that portion may be firefighters, a percentage of that portion may be in the faith and character-based program, a percentage of that portion may be in an evidence-based dorm. So there is a stratification within that close security prison as well that gives them the opportunity to be in a place where you would consider safer inside that facility.
And I want to go back to this pick point. That's probably the most common email or phone call or letter that I receive is from people who are currently incarcerated or their family members who want to understand, what are these pick points for? Do they really matter? A lot of frustration from people who've been there for a long time, who've done all of the programs in one facility that they have to offer, and they're still sitting there. And so I hear you all making a compelling argument that people know what they are and that they do, but I know that people don't know because they call, they email, they write saying these pick points don't seem to matter. And it becomes a disincentive over time when they don't see any results as a result of them doing the right thing.
Well, I will tell you that if they are caught with a cell phone, then the pick points don't matter. So it is very important that their disciplinary record reflect the same thing that their pick credit record reflects. And I would be more than glad if you have people that have those concerns to reach out to me and my team, and we'll be glad to look at them on an individual basis.
Yeah, I was just about to point that out, and it kind of goes to your earlier comment, what mechanisms that we have in place to people who don't adhere to our policies and procedures that we can go to that. Yeah, to your point, if you're getting caught violating any of the rules, get caught with a cell phone, you can have all the pick points, and that's part of that. That's part of that holding them accountable.
If you get caught with a cell phone, do you lose your pick points?
Yeah,
You don't necessarily lose the pick points, but you may not earn them. And as well as the parole board has the opportunity to say, hey, I'm looking at his disciplinary history, and he has this amount of pick points. However, because they have not done what they're supposed to do from a disciplinary standpoint, then they're not conducive for release.
Where do the vast majority of the pick points come from?
From programming, from also pick eligible programs that they
Right.
participate in,
So basically it's college credits, if you will.
essentially.
And so once they get them, they have them. But like you said, great poster, if your child gets caught with a cell phone, their pick points don't matter. But you could have the worst offender in there with a terrible sentence. Would he be allowed to accumulate pick points through the training?
There are certain pick eligible offenses.
Right.
And then they're told whether or not they're eligible for those. So some of your higher level offenders are not pick eligible.
But just because they have a sentence where they'll never be released?
A lot of that has a lot to do with it.
But couldn't they still benefit from some of the programs?
Absolutely.
As far as behavioral adjustments and things of that nature?
Absolutely,
And so they are given that opportunity, right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
Even
Okay.
in our close security prisons.
Yeah, thank you. All right,
Mr.
So-
Chairman, I think that one of the reasons why we're here is because people have died and it's been reported in the newspaper. And so I'd like to turn our attention.
okay, hang on. No, we're going, just hang on.
Oh.
No, we're going to get there
Alright.
as we're moving through. One thing we're going to eat this elephant one bite at a time, which is last week. And so I've asked DOC to come in and educate us on this. And we've spoken a little bit about fatality, about individuals dying today and then arrestees and the process of who we're bringing in to work inside of our prisons. And we'll stay to that, but we're going to slowly move through here. And as we get to it, we'll ask the questions. Yeah. But
do we okay.
let's get back to the contraband thing. If
Okay.
we can. And let's talk about, we were discussing the infrastructure is one of the main reasons. We talked about the drones. There was some conversation about technology. So, and I guess to jump over to the deputy commissioner real quick, these teams that manage that attempt to prevent the contraband from coming in, are these individuals that part of the specially trained teams that we were talking about earlier?
Correct.
Okay,
As well as OPS.
as well as OPS. These are all employees of the Georgia Department of Corrections.
Correct.
What is your relationship with outside agencies such as federal prisons, such as in Georgia? I understand there are jurisdictional issues as far as law enforcement goes, but there are opportunities for MOUs to manage relationships where if there's equipment that can be leveraged to help prevent some of this contraband from coming in. Do y'all have those relationships, and how are you leveraging those relationships?
Well, absolutely. We're a part of, the system at GMA where we participate with not only state law and local law enforcement, but each facility has MOUs with, local law enforcement in their particular areas. Quite often, we're actually called on to help and assist those folks that are nearing us as well. So our specialized tactical squads or emergency response teams go into each one of our facilities. They are not attached to we have what's called an IRT team, interdiction response team, and then we have tactical squads. Those members come out of the facilities. Each facility has a certain number of people attached to that team, and then they join with that IRT team as well as our OPS team to go in and do what we call full shakedowns.
So when your team comes into my facility, I have no supervisory control over your team, correct?
None.
Okay, good.
That team it actually answers to our special operations director who responds to me directly.
And who develops the ops plans on as to how these teams will be deployed, when they will be deployed? And is that information ever shared with the warden of the facility?
It is not. The warden is very rarely notified, and if he is, it's that the morning of as we're about to walk through the door.
Okay. Very good.
And that ops plan is done by the facilities director in conjunction with our special operations director and our OPS unit.
Okay. Well, listen, I want to stop you there. It is 12:08. I jumped over just a little bit. We're going to take a break until 12:30, give everybody an opportunity to relieve themselves, get water, get whatever else they need. And for the committee members and some employees, we have a quick lunch in the mez 2 down at the bottom of the steps. If y'all want to step in there real quick, and then we'll come back in. And we do want to jump into the mortality stuff here after we get back to the break. No, you did. Yeah. No. We got tied up. All right, in using this system here, we're going to come back in session. I just want to make sure everybody's aware that we're going to keep these microphones hot. And that includes committee members. And okay, Commissioner, we're beyond the contraband issue now.
All right.
I just wanted to to tell you once again before we move on, looking at your last slide on contraband, this stated 2-week facility operations.
Yes, sir.
The two things that really jump out at me in this is the fact that 33 cell phones were found and 24 civilians were arrested.
Correct. And including one juvenile.
Right. And so what we've done here is in what amazes me is there's going to be a segment of the population that does not see how bad it is or thinks, okay, 33 cell phones, what's that? But we've had actual murders take place outside of prisons that were orchestrated inside prisons using cell phones,
Correct.
and innocent people, completely innocent people killed.
And to that point, and I think I'll go again, also educate the public in that situation that you're actually talking about. The actual intended target was a correctional officer.
Yeah.
That just went to the wrong house because he was cracking down on contraband within inside that prison.
Yeah.
And so that just lends to, again, how dangerous this job is, but then also how lucrative that business is. I think we spoke about it last Friday about how there's more drugs, it's more lucrative to sell drugs in prison than it is on the street now. And that comes from my old informants when I worked undercover narcotics back on the street. That's what they're telling me. And so it's an issue. We met down in Telfair County last week as well. It was an issue down there where they're paying people upwards to $1,000 to come sit in their driveway so they can fly a drone or walk through the woods to introduce contraband into the prison down there. It's becoming a problem. There's drone packages falling on people's houses because for whatever reason the package dislodges from the drone before it gets to the prison, or they just don't know what they're doing. I mean, but it's a very lucrative business. We've arrested multiple people, several people multiple times for introducing contraband or flying in drones or throwing over stuff into our prisons on multiple occasions. Even in our most recent operation with Skyhawk, I think it was one individual probably arrested, I think 3 or 4 times.
You mean
During
our
operation.
tough, hard-nosed criminal justice system here in Georgia allows people to be arrested multiple times for the same offense? They didn't learn the first time?
No, again, it's when you're talking about a drone pilot getting upwards to tens to $20,000, it kind of they probably take that chance.
Well, crime pays, and even though people, and then we've had another incident, I think, and this may have been before you got over there, and I know the deputy commissioner's been over there for a minute, but where a former correctional officer who was involved in part of the process left the agency, and then she herself was murdered not long after that.
Correct.
Yeah. So we can talk about drugs, we can talk about cell phones and everything else, but when we start talking about human life, I think it brings everything into perspective. And so that being said, let's move to the next slide. And this slide goes through August 27th of 2024. So can't get much more up to date than that. But if you would start running through those numbers, I'm sure the committee will have questions, and I'm sure y'all will have some.
And this is our mortality data. So let me just preface by saying you're right, Mr. Chairman, that one life lost is too many. But I just wanted to point out we're going through the data from 2020, this calendar year, 2021, 2022, 2023, and as of yesterday of 2024. And the grand total of total deaths, we can kind of break those down into categories as you see there. In 2021, the total deaths inside of our prison system was 257. 2022, our total number of deaths inside the prison system, 255. 2023, total number of deaths inside the prison system, 262. 2024, as of yesterday, snapshot in time, 207. So, you know, the propaganda that's out there, again, one life is too many. That's total deaths. That's including, you know, suspected homicide, suspected suicide, accidental executions, natural causes, and what we categorize as unknown. Those 200 numbers, total deaths. So again, one life lost is too many, but the propaganda out there that the you know, that it's out of control, and it's been and it's, you know, we're hitting all these record highs. When you look at the total number of deaths, it's been remaining pretty consistent. Now, the only thing outlier are homicides have gone up year over year, but it's still remaining in 30, 31, 38, 36. So for purposes of those who don't have the slide, the homicide numbers for 2021 calendar year, 30, 2022, 31, 23, 38, as of yesterday of 2024, 36. And we take a look at our total population for those 4 years, 2021, 2024, we had roughly over 101,000 people come through the prison system through that 4-year period. So when you actually break that down, the total number of deaths is at 0.99%.
Did you say 0.9?
Yes. Or 1%, 0.97 percent of the total population for those 4 years of total deaths is what we're talking about. You take the homicides in there as well, it's at 0.13%, 0.13. You take calendar year 23, which was last year. Again, we had 262 total deaths inside the system. And we had a total of 62,499 total offenders come through the system calendar year 2023. That's the total death rate there. This percentage is 0.42%, 0.42%. And then for the homicides, it's 0.06% percent of the population that we have. And if you want to break down going into the suicides, 2021, we investigated suicides as 27 in 2021, 2022, 41, 23, 31, and so far this year we're at 20. And you can see the percentages there for those years. Same thing with accidental deaths, 16, 2021, 2022, 19, 2023, 18. So far this year as of yesterday, 2. Of course, executions, you can see we didn't have any until we had one in March of this year. Natural causes, the bulk of our deaths that we have. 2021, 165, 2022, 150, 2023, 143. So far this year, as of yesterday, 50. That's a grand total of 508 for those 4-year period. And the unknowns, excuse me, 2021, 19, 2022, 14, 2023, 32, 2024, so far at 98. Now, let me explain the unknowns for a minute.
Thank you.
That
That was going to be my question.
Because a lot of times, most of those are going to probably fall into the natural category and or the accidental death. We're waiting on the autopsy or official manner and cause of death to come back from the crime lab. You may hear the propaganda out there as far as that we took off of our mortality report, the manner and cause of death. There's a report that we were generated in-house where we try to keep track of what the cause of death was internally. As you all know, I can't, and we as a department, we don't determine the manner and cause of death. So what had happened in the past was, say we listed something as a natural natural cause. It goes to the crime lab. Crime lab comes back, says, no, they have tiki in the eyes, but
Yeah.
it's now labeled as a homicide. Well, our investigators or our staff, they're not trained forensic pathologists to be able to tell that. So while we listed out as a homicide or natural cause, because we didn't see any obvious physical signs of trauma to the body at the time of the investigation and or whoever was on the scene, by a trained licensed professional doctor that's doing the autopsy finds internal or some type of injuries conducive of a homicide, they go back and they went back and changed it. So we had that on our sheet. It was listed as a natural, came back as a homicide, and then of course, it got called into question whether or not I'm trying to add the numbers or anything like that. So we made the decision not to put that. I made the decision not to include that on there because we were speculating or trying to anticipate what the medical examiner was going to do. Vice versa, we had one also that we listed as a homicide, which we believed to be, and in that case, the medical examiner came back and said, no, it's just natural causes because of whatever reason. And so we made that determination to make sure that we're putting the accurate information out there to the public and to the families, because I know a lot of times we get asked that question, but we cannot determine and make the call on the manner and cause of death.
So looking at that number of 98 and jumping back to 32, and we're looking at 98 through August of 2024. If you would have gone back last year, when did you change the policy?
As far as not listing, it was earlier this year.
Okay.
It wasn't a policy change. It was just, I guess, an internal policy change. I made the
Right.
decision not to do that because it would still, even then, it would still fall into the unknown. We probably they still would have fallen in the unknown. So right now I can tell you that we're investigating, even though we may not have the death certificates back on all the homicides and the suicides and accidentals, we're investigating 36 homicides as of yesterday. We're investigated.
But you're not calling them that yet.
We're not calling them that
Okay,
yet until the official manner comes back from the medical examiner's office or coroner. I can tell you though, the unknown category that you see in front of you is probably most likely going to fall in the natural or maybe accidental death, depending on toxicology. Accidental death sometimes could be either a fall or maybe sometimes they categorize it as our overdoses.
Right.
So those unknowns they're pending the autopsy results from the crime lab.
And how do we determine the difference between an overdose death and a suicide?
During the investigation, and also, of course, the crime lab. Sometimes, of course, if it's a suicide, typically they would leave in most cases that we found, they left some type of indication that it was a suicide, whether they left a note or they told somebody. But most of the accidental deaths come from, or overdoses come from just ingesting things that.
Is this something normally brought from outside the facility, inside, maybe by drone, or is this somebody accumulating medication and selling it, or?
Some of it, I mean, it all depends. I kind of probably get you the breakdown, looking at death certificates, but anecdotally, I could probably tell you it's coming from synthetic substances,
Okay.
whether it's, drugs, fentanyl, or the bug spray or strips, what we call them, that they're smoking.
But primarily coming from outside the facility.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And if not including those numbers, if I use the same process that Mr. Hogan and his folks use, then right now we're looking, if the year goes out normally, and again, not knowing where the 98 unknowns are going to be, right now we're looking at around 50 homicides for this year if the average stays, the trend keeps trending the way it is.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Questions? Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hey, Joe.
It's okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To piggyback on the chairman, the trend is looking much higher. So right now we're at 36 deaths. We have 4 remaining months in the year. If we trend, we'll end up at 50, which is actually substantially more than we haven't had in the previous under the homicide category. And so I just want to name that, but I'd actually like to direct our attention to the suicide. I've written publicly about my concerns about the mental health treatments that are available in our facilities. And so can you talk about your procedures for how you help prevent these types of deaths? Are they transferred to places for treatment when you know that they're suicidal? If you know, like what is the process and procedure that's in place to care for the mental health of these folks so that they don't die by suicide? And let me conclude that by saying I personally have been with a family who lost their son to suicide in one of your facilities. And so this is very, very real. And just want to know how we are trying to stop this type of pain and hurt from other families in the future.
Yeah, and I can speak from high level, and also I can turn it to Assistant Commissioner Sauls or Assistant Commissioner Holt to kind of dive into it. But one of the things that the department has done over the last several years are expanded mental health footprint to all of our facilities. Used to, in years past, you had several facilities that specialize in mental health. What we realized is that for classification purposes and things of that nature, we need to expand that footprint so the system wouldn't be manipulated, so to speak, to access that level of care, whether it's the suicidal ideations or true mental health issues. And so we've expanded that footprint to all of our sites, and that's probably the reason why you kind of seen the number kind of go back down a little bit. But there's still a lot of work to do there. And I know we do a lot of work with suicide prevention, also training our staff, our counseling staff. And then I would let Assistant Commissioner Sauls kind of speak a little bit in detail as far as what we're doing from that standpoint, from a healthcare standpoint, and then also from Assistant Commissioner Holt.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. We have a pretty robust activity of mental health within all our programs. Once an individual is identified to be at risk, either from another inmate, an officer, an observant counselor, or someone in the facility, then when that patient is immediately sent up to mental health and evaluated, and many of them are put on what's called suicide precaution. We also have a very robust suicide precaution program in our facilities, and I'll just hold up my suicide card that's on the back of my name badge. It's a suicide prevention. It's also the suicide prevention hotline. Every inmate has this card and it goes behind their badge. So we give inmates permission to call the suicide hotline. We give inmates training and permission to use the hotline without repercussions or anything of that nature. It's a 1-800 number. They can go right to that and call it. They can call for themselves or others, but certainly we talk about suicide. And so every inmate has one of these cards, at least was issued one. The new 988 hotline that's just been released, we're in the process of getting the new cards updated so they can dial the 3-digit number to reach that. So very proactive. We have suicide precaution training for all staff, all employed staff in the GDC, not just those that work in the facilities, but to all staff, because as you mentioned, suicide affects all families to some degree or the other. You're either one family away from a suicide event. So once they're identified, counseling is administered. And to even further make it more robust, I would prefer how we notify and describe that process. I won't speak to that, but we're actively engaged. And then once a suicide happens, we have a forensic psychologist on our staff that thoroughly investigates the suicide to try to determine the cause and any lessons that were learned from each of those events.
Additionally, when we have an inmate that has been determined to have suicidal ideations, we have several ways of tracking that offender to know who they are, to continue to monitor it. One of the things that kind of gets unsaid a lot of times is the number of prevented suicides that occurred during that time as well. And I think the number was 29 last fiscal year. And we had 2 in the month of July that is constantly reported in that regard. So the staff staff at that time that they are made aware, from an operational standpoint, that a person is, have suicide ideations that goes from anywhere from having a one-on-one contact, then being transferred to another location, staff being made aware as they come in to continue to make rounds on that offender, as well as constant communication with that offender about where they are and how they are right now, to include those that are in our, administrative segregation locations. So.
And do we offer those same types of services to people who work in the facility? So I'm thinking about our COs in particular. We know that public servants, those who work as law enforcement or EMTs and firefighters are more at risk of suicide. And so are we providing the similar robust care for those who are inside working?
We do. And that's provided through our EAP programs, as well as every officer, every employee receives the same suicide training program for themselves.
Okay.
So it's just not projected to the employees. They're benefiting from the same education as well. So yes. And then when employees are identified at risk, our HR department counselors, peer counselors are into the structures or to identify anybody at risk, to assist them any way they can.
And operationally, myself and the wardens are made aware of those folks that are dealing with those things in order to work with them as they transition back into employment.
And I think you hit on it too, but I just want to make sure that the prevention too on that we prevented so far this year. So we had 22, we prevented 29 that we've documented. So we're also keeping track of that to go inside along with the training that we're doing with our staff, that we prevented 29 suicides so far this year because of that training.
So thank you for that. That's really helpful just to hear about the robust program. Suicides happen, but we want to make sure they happen as infrequently as possible. Can you speak to your homicide prevention operations that are at play to try to bring down these numbers?
So when you look at it, when you start breaking down the homicides that we've had, the majority of our homicides, or 50% of them, come from roommate on roommate, cellmates. That's the bulk of it. And then when you break down that, and along with all the others, it all comes back to several contributing factors. Number one, gang and criminal activity, contraband, and or cell phones. And if you can stay out of those three categories, chances are you can remain safe. But the 50% of our homicides that have taken place that we've investigated come from roommate on roommate assaults, whether it comes from the general population, or we put them what we call in our peer program, where they had some assaultive behavior or bad behavior in our general population. We have to put them in our tier program, and they're in there with a roommate. Now there's we make sure we classify those people accordingly when we put them in our tier program. But again, they're locked in there with someone else. Typically that's violent. They don't have the bed space to put to house them in a single man cell. Also on that, anecdotally, it's come from investigations based off of admissions from certain inmates. Sometimes they do these certain crimes, number one, because they're involved in some of that. Out of that 30 number, they were self-defense. Some of them, they were just trying to get to a single man cell. That was actually told to our investigators. Some of it's like, he just looked at me wrong. Or some of it was like, I'm trying to not name specific names, but I'm just telling you specific cases of what they're telling our investigators of why they committed these crimes. Another one we had was he was talking on a contraband cell phone inside of his cell, and he was whispering, "I thought he was a snitch." Things of that nature was driving that number.
And can you speak to, so when someone or two people are locked into a cell together, or three, we have three.
Not in our tier program,
Okay.
but we do have triple bunk cells. Yes.
So when two people are locked in together, what, if anything, is available to them to get help in the event that their roommate is violent towards them? Is there a panic button? How does a person protect themselves beyond killing the other person when they are locked in a cell together with someone who becomes violent?
So you do have some facilities that have call buttons that if we do have them, we're constantly repairing those call buttons as they've been damaged or torn up. And then quite honestly, some of our facilities are older and don't have those call buttons, but also relying on staff to make the rounds that they need to make during those times. And we'll never shy away from the fact that the officers have to make rounds, but also keeping in mind that that officer is making a round. They're not stationary in that dorm. The other thing I want you to be mindful of is that when we talk about designations, we're constantly managing and articulating non-associations of these offenders, who they can and cannot be around. So we're stratifying them accordingly. So a lot of time is put in trying to keep them away from the folks that they would do harm to or would cause them harm in that regard. And quite honestly, many times they've signed off to say that they're okay in being in that cell with that particular person when those things occur. So there, again, no one silver bullet to stop, this epidemic, and we have to make sure that we're fighting it.
And can you speak to the difference? I think I remember from last week that Smith has been converted to single cell dorms. Is that right?
We drew that population down, so they still have the second bunk in it, but the majority of that prison is a single man cell. We drew that population down to reduce that population. And when you look at the incidents or violent incidents that they've had since we drew that population down, it's dropped significantly. So we know that it works. Talking to the inmates down there, they feel safer. They feel a little bit more comfortable. I think Senator Albers, when he went there, essentially almost unannounced, when he talked to several inmates, and I think he got the same feedback.
I don't think Senator Albers goes anywhere completely unannounced.
So would it be safe to say that if we are really serious about trying to ensure the safety of those who are incarcerated, that, as we know, I think mentioned on Friday, single person cells,
Yeah,
is that the right way?
It's a combination, single person cells along with, good locking controls, some technology that we can implement in there. Then also the programs too. We can't shy away from, looking at certain programs to make sure that they stay occupied.
Commissioner, do y'all have any numbers to show the difference between the death rates of close quarter prisons, the different security rating campuses? Which one has the highest rate, say, of suicides, and which one may have the highest rates of homicides?
Yeah, we have that. I can have
Yeah.
that broken down.
Yeah, just because in some of these situations, and I think you find it, again, 75% of the population has shown a propensity to be violent. And so if those, closer supervision facilities have more, then we could try to determine that, and then even factor in at the private prison where we don't have the higher risk assessment of those individuals. And I don't know if y'all,
We have that. We can
Yeah.
get that to you.
that would be good to know. And we're looking at 981 deaths
That's total for the
over 4 years.
2021,
Over
correct.
4 years. And what's the population average over those 4 years?
101,197.
But what's the average annual?
Average. Average annual population, you're looking at it, the transient population coming in
Right.
and out will probably be somewhere around 62,000.
So 62,000 annually. And,
So if you just take out 2023, for example,
Yeah.
last year, 62,499 total people that came through the system.
with 262 total
Correct. That was
dying, and 143 of those are natural causes, because during the classification process, you can identify healthcare issues, but you don't get to send anybody home just because they have them, right?
correct.
Yeah.
So something that you said earlier, Mr. Commissioner, as it related to tobacco usage was we have to think about the long-term health effects of, using tobacco products. And so that's one of the reasons why we don't have them. I'm looking at these natural causes in particular. Can you talk about the preventative medication, examinations? What are we doing to make sure that these natural causes are actually natural and not from the absence of prolonged, from care. Also, I'm thinking about nutrition as well. Can you just speak to how we ensure that people are living as long as they actually possibly can, if they were as if they were outside of the wire?
Absolutely. I think, and I can tag in the 2 assistant commissioners, but I think most of the time when people come into our system, do diagnostics, it's probably the first time they've ever seen a physician in a very long time, probably since they were probably a teenager or so. So we're catching these more chronic illnesses on the front end that we now have to treat long term. So even if they come with us with a lengthy sentence in their 20s and 30s or 40s, and never have been to a doctor and have a terminal illness, we have to treat that, and we continue to treat that. I said last Friday, we hand out over 100,000 prescriptions per month statewide. So we take very good care of the individuals that we receive. I would venture to say, if I got sick today and needed to go to my doctor, it's going to take months for me to be able to see him or her, unless I go to urgent care or a physician. We're required to see him within the first 24 hours to assess that sick call, and then evaluate them from there if they need to have more care. But I would turn it over to Assistant Commissioner Sauls to kind of talk about the robust care that we do provide our offender population.
Thank you. Yeah, once a medical condition is identified and based on their age, that determines whether they're enrolled into a chronic care clinic or not. I'm giving an example of chronic care. All of our diabetics, about 3,500 diabetics in our system, they're all enrolled in chronic care. Cardiovascular disease, our HIV clinics, our hepatitis C clinics, our respiratory clinics, our asthma clinics. About 60% of the inmates that we have a chronic medical condition. 60%. And part of that is due to lifestyle. Part of it is due to some of it could be from hereditary factors, and other parts could be just for poor health conditions and other health contributors that created those conditions. We also treat our cancers, head and neck cancers primarily, some lung cancers, pancreatic cancers. We have a lot of those, and all those are enrolled in clinics, and they're chronic care clinics. And so depending on their age determines the frequency of their annual visits. If they're in chronic care, they're seen based on their referral pattern. It could be every 30 days, every 60 days, every 90 days, whenever the physician rewrites that follow-up appointment. If you're healthy and otherwise healthy and only go to the doctor, you may only have your annual physical, or every 3 years if you're under the age of 40, I believe. Now, every inmate has the opportunity to file a secure sick call. That sick call is placed into a metal box located within the dorm or in a hallway where they're easily moving through. It's locked. Nursing comes and picks those up every day. They are triaged based on emergent or urgent medical condition or dental condition. They are seen immediately. Otherwise, they are scheduled for a follow-up nursing assessment within 24 hours. And then that nursing assessment then determines whether they see the provider within the next day or so, based on what the condition may be. A lot of the sick calls are for prescription refills or things like that. Inmates have a lot of power over their own health, and they have the ability to exercise. We create the access for them to exercise, access to health care. And then once they're scheduled for a visit, one of the things that I monitor very closely and really passionate about it is, why don't they come for their scheduled visits? And we track that. A lot of times it's preference. They just like everybody else, don't want to go to the doctor sometimes. Then we follow up with them and get them rescheduled. And then after 3 times, then we have to bring the warden involved to kind of help. Let's look at why they're not coming to the clinic for their scheduled appointments. And so, and then if they're on medications, they have pill call every day. If they're on pill call, I think you asked a question the other day. Some inmates have what's called KOPs, or keep on person medications. They can keep those, and they're responsible, and they can administer their own medications, and they do fine administering their own and maintaining their own health. Our diabetics are generally the best, well-maintained.
The keep on medication, is that in blister packs?
That's correct.
So
They
you
get to
can
keep
track
them
if
in
they're
their,
popping them
keep
out?
them in their dorm and give their own medication, their hypertension medication, their high blood pressure, basic medications like that, cholesterol medicines, things like that. Others then go to pill call. once, 2, 3 times a day, depending on their frequency. And they get to see the nurse then at the same time. So
Randy,
So,
can you-
Mr. Salt, just so I'm clear, there's a nurse at every facility that we have there every day to respond to sick calls.
yes.
Okay.
Is assigned sick call nurse every day. Mhm.
And then also speak to the hospitalizations, and that's
And-
also, we
And
don't,
one thing I want y'all to speak to too is, do you operate a facility in Milledgeville, I believe, that is, for lack of a better term, a nursing home, or
we don't operate it, but
who operates that?
that's privately owned.
But it's your folks?
We the medical reprieve, so that goes through the process, and Randy, you want to speak on that? It's Bostic is what you're referring to. We kind of talked through that process.
And are these deaths factored into those also?
No,
no.
no,
Okay.
they're already released.
Well, no, these aren't housed inmates. They
No,
don't,
sir.
they don't belong to you?
No, sir.
Okay, so Savannah does, right? What's the
Coastal,
Coastal CI?
correct.
Yeah.
Coastal,
Yeah, gotcha.
Coastal, and then our medical prison, Augusta Medical Prison.
Augusta and Coastal, okay. And so any deaths that occurred there are counted into these numbers, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think you asked about
Yeah.
hospitalizations. Anytime an inmate requires a hospitalization, they're transported to the closest appropriate hospital, regardless of where they're located. And then they're seen in those emergency rooms is the first primary choice. And then they're either admitted to the hospital at that local hospital, or they may be transferred to a tertiary or quaternary hospital, or trauma center, or wherever they need to go based on their care. So we had about 5,000 hospitalizations a year, and total hospitalizations, everything from the rural community hospitals to Emory, Wellstar, South Fulton, wherever across the state, all those hospitalizations. And they're there, and we count a hospitalization as an inmate that goes for greater than 24 hours, and that usually considered an overnight, which is an admission. Now, there are more emergency room visits that go in and out the same day, but we do not neglect or delay hospital care at all. They're either going by ambulance, state van, and sometimes they fly on the helicopters. Depending
Sometimes
on
they
the rural
what?
Parts of the state, they go on the helicopters.
Oh, okay.
Depending on the rural parts of the state.
And Mr. Sauls, can you speak to care for women? So you said that annual physicals are every 3 years, which is not annual, to be clear. But are women receiving mammograms when they reach the proper age? Are they receiving actual annual pap smears and physicals as are recommended by, physicians? What's that treatment package look like for women who are under our care?
Well, we had a protocol and a policy that drive women's health. And that whole policy describes all of the events that you just talked about, because we know that women have different needs, particularly around mammography, pap smears. All of those are part of their chronic care visits and their annual, or their visits when they go. When they reach the age requirement for pap smears, or reach the age requirement for mammograms. Yes, that is very fully robust program that's implemented in all of our women's facilities.
Thank you.
Jumping back to the homicide questions, what's the common cause, if you can describe that, the common means of murdering somebody in prison right now?
I think the common means homemade weapons, lacerations or puncture wounds. We have some blunt force trauma where they're just, just
Beating.
correct. And then you do have some that just, there's a fight and it's still classified as a homicide. And then the individual got knocked out and hit his head. And, we got concrete and steel all over the prison. We do have some of that as well.
And suicide, most common,
Hangings.
hangings.
Yes.
Okay. Accidental death, and you just said it, steel and concrete and
Yeah.
ear systems, I assume, falls.
It could be either falls, or most of them are going to probably fall within accidental overdoses.
Okay. All right. And we know the one on the execution. And the natural cause is just basically the same thing you see in society. Everything from cancers, diseases,
Correct.
diabetes, coronary issues, things of that nature. And then again, we're still unclear on the unknown.
The
which-
unknowns are
which will
undetermined, so
transfer.
this pending the official manner called the death.
And your speculation.
It's going to be, majority is going to be fall in within either natural and or accidental,
And/or
depending on the toxicology.
Right. And tell me, when there's a homicide inside of one of your facilities, what's the protocol?
Same as any other homicide that would happen out there on the street. The prison is immediately goes into lockdown mode. We preserve the crime scene. Our investigators are called. Wardens actually he or she responds to the scene if they're not already there. Any personnel that they deem necessary. But investigations is called our OPS unit. They come out and they take over the scene and process the scene, just like you would a general crime scene.
Who pronounces the individual dead?
A coroner or
Corner of the county?
correct.
The
Or the
facilities in-
EMS or EMS personnel or any kind
Right.
of medical personnel that we have. We don't, prison staff
Right.
or COs don't do that.
And where does the body go?
Body goes to the crime lab. The coroner takes over the body and then that makes a determination. Typically, if it's an institutional death, as far as a homicide is going to go to a crime lab of some sort, whether it's a state crime lab or the county crime lab, medical examiner's office, I should say that's to perform an autopsy.
Okay. And the same thing with suicides?
Yes.
Okay. And so basically any death is treated exactly as if the death occurred in Fulton County, Muskogee County, or wherever else
Correct.
in a residential.
Absolutely.
So no deviation from any of that at all.
No.
But is it an
include natural
internal?
deaths in
To
prison.
include, yeah, to include natural deaths in the prison too. So we still investigate those deaths as well. So we go in there, our investigators respond to those natural deaths and say, okay, yeah, they look at the medical history, they talk to the medical personnel, they examine the scene to ensure that in fact that it is a natural. We're just not going to just take the words or any death. So even those 257, the 255, 252, 207, and investigators on the scene, and they taking a look at that scene and also
Okay.
looking at
It
the
was
body.
just- Okay. Thank you, Senator Jackson.
Yeah, so are these investigations happening internally? Are these DOC employees who are doing all the investigations? At what point, or is there ever a point in which external people come in to do an investigation on a death?
If it's officer involved, so say an officer is suspected of killing or inmate or something like that, then we will call in external investigators to work that side of
So-
it.
so
So we
if
also
an
do an
If
inmate.
an inmate dies during the use of force,
Correct.
is GBI brought in?
Yes, they're working in conjunction, but we will call in the GBI. For example, we had an officer involved shooting at the hospital in Washington County. The GBI worked that, and we also worked the internal end. Our people worked the internal side of the investigation.
So you did not partner with the GBI on the investigation. The GBI did their portion and you
Correct.
did your administrative.
Correct. So when the GBI is calling for any kind of officer misconduct or suspected officer misconduct or officer use of force, the GBI, we call in the GBI to look at any criminal negligence or criminal charges to be brought for the officer. They take care of that. We take care of the administrative side.
And I'm curious, you mentioned you've used the word propaganda a few times today. And I've seen news stories and all this other stuff as we all have. Have any of these groups looked at the overall mortality or do they tend just focus on, or what I've read, it seems that they just tend to focus on homicides?
You know, one of the things that we provide to them, we provide the data to them. We give them this. They have it. They just choose to just focus on that. And you know, I've sat down multiple times with certain news stations and reporters, several occasions, and unscripted, they're not timed interviews with me to discuss whatever they want to discuss to talk about. Let's talk about, you want to talk about mortality reports, you want to talk about this, even up to include the recent ones where we talk about the reasoning why I decided to take the manner and cause of death off the report.
And that was my next question. Would that change there? What are you not telling us? What are you hiding from us? What is the Department of Corrections being fully transparent with everything that's going on?
Absolutely. I talked to the two reporters, to include the editor, to say, look, I can tell you how we're investigating all crimes. We investigate all crimes to include natural causes.
Right.
What I'm not going to do is I'm not going to speculate a manner and cause of death, put it on there for you to go back to open records requests at Department of Public Health, all the death certificates that come out of Department of Corrections, to go by line and look at one to try to find a mistake that I made, than saying, hey, this was a homicide or this was a natural, and then you say that I'm trying to pad the number. I can't do that when I don't
So
control
what
that.
that answer tells me is your attempt to avoid conspiracy theorists is making them say that there's a conspiracy.
Correct.
Okay. Because, worked inside of an institution and I see the unusual, it's an ant farm and everybody is part of it. The people that work there, the administration, the people that live there. And to really understand all the moving pieces, you have to be inside of it. And to go in and pick out one particular piece and look, it's absolute chaos. I've, like I said, I grew up in the ability that at 23 years old, when you're having to learn the protocol of cutting down hanging victims inside of county jails, you don't realize at the time that it has an impact on you, but it's pretty weird. And it's something that I didn't learn in college. And so to see that tragedy, and then occasionally you're going to have two cellmates that are not going to get along. They wouldn't have got along if they were neighbors living on the same street. And then something happens and men do what men do, which a lot of times is very stupid, and violence ensues and somebody dies or is injured. I'm just curious. And again, I hate to keep picking on him, but maybe Mr. Hogan and his group and look at numbers and see where we fall looking at other communities, which is a great place to start. But what you have to realize is if I go out and find a city in the United States that has 60,000 residents in it, it is not going to have a murder rate this high unless I fill it with certain types of citizens. And then I can get the murder rate this high. And so I just want to make sure we're doing everything, being fully transparent, being fully open. I appreciate the reason, and Senator Jackson and I were just talking about it. I appreciate the caution with the 98, because if the 98 included my son, I would want to know for a fact if it was a homicide, if it was accidental, or if my son killed himself.
And that goes to another point that you make too. That's also the propaganda that's out there, that we don't notify the families. We need to be held to the same standard as law enforcement out there. Unfortunately, we can't, because of the contraband cell phones and the community in which we're working in. They're able to contact families of these victims a lot sooner than we have to. So a lot of times we're reactive. And so what all the questions come from, and they start reaching out to the media or other people, is that if we have a homicide, or even any death for that matter, inside of one of our institutions, that immediately the warden has to try to call and notify the family. Now, we try to do that because, of course, family members, and I would be the exact same way if I got a call from somebody other than the warden or an official from the Department of Corrections saying that my loved one has passed away. I was like, well, they hadn't even called me yet. What's going on? All the questions start going on in their mind. Well, what's happening now is that we have to kind of get ahead of that. And so now we have to make notification, if possible, if we have a right number or phone number for that loved one, to say, hey, by the way, your loved one has passed away. Well, what happened? I don't know yet. I just want to let you know. We'll call you back with the information. As you all know, that investigation may take a while. I still have investigators got to be notified, come to the scene, the coroner, the medical examiner, the autopsy. So we may not have that official information at the time, but we have to try to get ahead of it, because if not, it's posted on social media, it's posted on the front cover of a newspaper or on their website somewhere as well. And we hadn't even had the first investigator on the ground to even know what's going on.
Now, do you lock down the facility on any death?
Yes.
Suicide, accidental?
Yes.
Or, okay. And is locking down the facility also mean shutting down the wall phones?
Yes. They don't have access to a wall phone, but they have contraband cell phones.
Right. So this information's getting out during lockdowns. We would have to get
Absolutely.
by a contraband cell phone,
Correct.
because officers don't bring their cell phones on campus.
Not supposed to.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, if you will.
Ma'am.
So I want to make sure I understand these numbers clearly. So the homicide number that we have here, 36 for 2024, are you saying that you have a death certificate from a coroner for all 36?
No, I don't, but I can tell you that that's how we're investigating. So I can break down, I did this for the purposes of this meeting here, because I didn't want to come in and say, hey, I don't know how many, I know what we're investigating as homicide based off of our investigations
Mhm.
that we're conducting based off of also the video evidence and or trauma to the body. And that's going to probably roll inconsistent with the death certificate.
And so the 98, which is, I think, for many in the public, does feel like a cover up, that 98 unknown, are you saying that you all, nobody in that group of 98 are being investigated as a homicide?
Not that we're investigating it. No, no, ma'am. And I caution to say that because I don't know what the medical examiner is going to do. I
Correct.
know that if we're looking at it from a standpoint of, we know from video evidence, testimonial evidence that this person was assaulted and or has some type of trauma to the body, we're going to put that in that 36 category, and they receive and they died as a result of that. Now, on the flip side of that, I would say, I think it was last year, we did that based off of that, and it ended up being, the ME ruled it something different, ruled it a natural. We've had a case where an inmate had gotten to a physical altercation. I'm not sure if he was stabbed or what. Went to the hospital, came back 5 days. 5 days later, he was sitting there eating his lunch, collapsed and fell. We said that, okay, well, that's looked at video evidence, looked at he wasn't assaulted, nobody was around him. We said, okay, that was a natural. ME came back and said, no, it's because we're going to rule as a homicide based off of the assault that happened, 5 days later. There's reason why we want to make sure we get the accurate information out there to these families. Make sure we report it accurately. We don't determine the makeup of it, but I can tell you that 98, I feel confident that can be categorized either going to be natural or accidental.
And then can we speak about these overdose deaths and also overdoses that don't lead to death? So one of my first questions is, do we have Narcan available, easily accessible to prevent these deaths? And I see the answer is yes here. And so then my next question is, somebody is bringing something into the prison that someone is dying from in these accidental overdoses. Are those are those investigated in the same way as they would be on the outside, right? Like, so
Absolutely.
if my loved one died on the outside of an overdose, there would be an investigation to try to track those drugs back to a particular person. Does that happen when they die inside the facility?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, the likelihood of us tracking it all the way back where it came from on the street, I mean, if we can tie it back to somebody, then yeah, our OPS unit will pursue charges on them. Or if we could tie it back to an inmate that gave it to them, then we can pursue charges on them as well.
But I do want to be clear, make sure we're all reading off the same script. If an overdose occurs on the street of fentanyl or whatever else, typically that is not investigated back to the source.
Correct.
Matthew Perry was a very unique situation because he was a movie star or whatever, as were others. And in these types of situations, being in a confined confined environment, too many V's. There must be some type of investigation because these drugs shouldn't be in there to begin with if it's synthetics or something of that nature, right?
Correct.
Yeah. But I think suicide just carries an entirely different connotation. I do think the family does look for some kind of comfort in the fact knowing that their child's death is not just being ignored, whether it's a hanging or whatever. And you said the vast majority of the suicides were hangings?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I want to jump to this last slide here on violent incidents by CY.
Yes.
CY, I assume it's calendar year
You can
Department of Corrections.
see our violent incidents for the last 10 years. You can kind of see where it's trending downward in the downward trend, with the exception of 23 had a little spike back up, but it was still lower than pre-pandemic levels. And so, but while the number of violent incidents are decreasing, when violence happens, they're more violent occurrence, more violent in nature. so to speak. So they're not fighting anymore. They're not just fist fighting and letting it go. I mean, they're actually, they're using homemade weapons and other things to actually cause more harm to the other individuals.
And Mr. Commissioner, do you have this broken down by facility?
I can, yes.
And do you all trend it based on that? So do you look at, say, name a facility, this facility has more violent incidents than others?
Yes.
And when you notice that, what action is taken?
Smith State Prison.
Sure, other than
So-
Smith State, yeah.
So so we kind of do that. We look at it, and then also if we can't bring that population down to a manageable level, and then we also look at the people that are in there causing that. So we look at, of course, the gang affiliation, the gang population. How many gang members do we have? And we try to balance that out so it's not kind of out of whack. So I can let Assistant Commissioner Holt kind of dive into a little bit more what we do as far as managing that, to making sure we constantly move inmates around to make sure that we keep the violence level where it needs to
So
be.
from a trend analysis, that also drives how we shake down, how we even place wardens at those locations. So if we see a situation where we have a spike up at a facility, myself as well as the OPS director spend a lot of time, whether it's from outside resources coming into that facility, or me sending a specialized team there to help support that team during that period of time, evaluation of the staff and what they're doing at the location, evaluation of the inmates and how they're placed at that location. Or if I know that there is an actual threat from one gang against another gang, we may then take those inmates and start to disperse them through the state accordingly. And we still manage and maintain a tier program for those offenders that are unable to be managed in a general population setting.
And I want to be clear, violent incidents, that's everything from fist fights to shanks and
Correct.
firearms.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, we do have someone that wishes to speak. Octavius Holiday, is that right? Yes, sir. If you want to come up here to the podium. I will try to get you hooked up here. Let's see. Should be hot.
If this mic's hot here. Good afternoon now. This did say morning, but we're kind of in the afternoon here. Chairman, Ms. Jackson, Senator Jackson, Senator Beach, it's a pleasure being here today. It's an honor to stand before you today, not only as an ex-offender, but also an ex-resident of some of these facilities we have spoken about this last week and briefly today. I first want to start by thanking the commissioner and his staff for giving me this great opportunity to speak from a different perspective. We've heard the past 2 days in these hearings. This committee is much needed because it offers an opportunity to discuss our current state of facilities, coming together, building our ideas while being transparent with the communities that may not only be concerned with the public safety, but also, as Ms. Jackson spoke to, the safety of our loved ones. Last week was my first meeting, and I met Commissioner Oliver, great guy, I might say. I briefly introduced myself and expressed to the commissioner that even though the public criticism may seem to cast a negative light over his efforts to improve what has been a public safety crisis for more years than we can count, others and myself have benefited greatly from some of the programs that are in place. Keep in mind, I'm only 4 years removed. I came out in September of 2020 after doing a 16-year bid. So the programs that we spoke of, evidence-based programs, not only benefited me, but also benefited a lot of people like me. And not to get away from what I'm saying, not to hold you guys too long, but I know it was a question asked about taking certain inmates or certain offenders and meshing them in. When I came in, I was a young 20-year-old man, fresh out of private school. I saw the Episcopal. I went to Holy Innocents Episcopal School, Holy Innocents, go Golden Bears. Graduated, great family, dad, 20-year military veteran. Mom works for the government. She works for the CDC. My dad's now retired with AT&T. Went to college, played for the University of Wyoming on a full basketball scholarship. Was the second ranked basketball player in the state of Georgia in 2002. First person in my family to go to prison. Went out to college, tried to find myself, and I found myself in trouble. Does that define me? No. So when I got to prison, there was an identity gap from me trying to find out who I thought I was to me find out who I am. And throughout that time, I thought that gangs or dealing with the wrong people might be a great direction for me, but I've learned very fast. My third year in prison, I actually enrolled in the faith-based program at Macon State Prison. And I found purpose in that program because that program allowed me to not only become a strong individual within myself, but a strong individual within my community. I was always a natural born leader. So prison now, and not to get sidetracked, but prison now, and I was sharing this with Mr. Oliver, prison now is just straight line. You have leaders and you have followers. So we have to come together to kind of find out how can we utilize and educate those like myself. I came in, I wasn't close security when I came in. When I had 9 armed robberies. You would consider that violent. 9 armed robberies. I came in the system as a minimum security threat. So I can speak to the change of the system from 2004, from what I saw, to 2020. And the biggest change, not to get into any legislator or anything like that, but the biggest change I've seen was programs and how we work what we have now. The Department of Correction has now programs already that they actually utilize that can be expanded with the right resources to help people. Now, you don't have many people like me. I got out and I could have just turned my back on the whole system, turned my back, and I'm not so much, it's not reform for me because now I deal with my nonprofit pod and I deal with a lot of law enforcement now. I fed Forest Park Police Department. 2 weeks ago, I fed the Clayton County Sheriff's Department a month ago, because I believe law enforcement and the community, there's a big gap. So for somebody like me that has somewhat positive influence, I feel like with my positive influence, let me backtrack and right the wrongs, not in my own life, but in kind of the community life, because we have a bad outlook on law enforcement. So that's kind of where it starts with me. I've also spoke at the parole hearing. And actually, I'm happy to say that I have a meeting next month with Mr. Barnett. He's taking me to lunch, so I guess that's my friend. It's on him. But I just want people to see that it's cool to change. And I'm taking the same motto that I found in the Department of Corrections. The same motto I found in the evidence-based program when it wasn't cool, when wardens used to come say, man, hey, Octavius, do some gang intervention. I was like, cool, hey, put me in the roughest dorms. Let's do it in the roughest dorms. Please, let's do it in the roughest dorms. And I just found myself talking to people at their level. And I can honestly say that the Department of Correction does that now. With their limited resources, they do that now. I know they get, bad flack, and there's stuff that goes wrong, and there's some changes that need to be made, but I can tell you there's guys in there that want to change if they're put in the right position. In level 5s, because I left with level 5 Hancock, and I loved it. I never wanted to leave Hancock. And I known the Warden George Ivy for the longest. And any warden you ask in this state about me, from Jimmy Sykes to Cedric Taylor, any of those guys, they'll tell you Octavius Holiday was always the same. I love to play basketball, but I love to help the guys out. And that was my main concern in prison. But I learned that from the faith-based programs they had and the evidence-based programs. So not to take up any of you guys' time, I definitely appreciate the time. Any questions? I want to answer some hard questions. if y'all don't mind, if you got any hard questions to ask me, I'm willing to answer them. But thank you guys for time. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. I met you on Friday as well, and just thank you for taking the time to come and be a part of this. Thank you for taking the programs that we've offered as a state seriously in order to help with your transformation. I am curious, we're going to get some stats about this, but over this course of time that you served in the DOC, did you see significant staffing changes? Did you see or notice going from more staff to less staff over that course of time? Was that a part of your experience?
I think during COVID you could see a significant change. And I don't think it had to do with so much of a recruitment issue or had to do with people not wanting to work. It's just not people not knowing what COVID was. And we saw a great decline from, I don't work there, but I'm just saying, it was just, you could tell it was kind of a great decline. But to be honest, from my perspective, and I look at it from all sides, I don't think I've been to some rough level, as a minimum security individual, I went to some rough level prisons that I've seen the staff put all their heart and effort into. Wardens doing anything you could do. Any type of incentive you could put on the table. Hey, we're going to have steak dinners here. We're going to, just to get the guys up Christmas time, and everybody and bring the humanity back to it. But I've seen on the population side, prison has gotten a lot more violent. It has. I'm just going to be from when I came in at 2004, where you had the older guys kind of, hey, young guy, come here. And we had that kind of buddy mentor system. Now, the older guys are kind of like, these young guys are just, because there's a huge generation gap. And they're kind of throwing these young guys away. But programs, there's some programs that are in place, some older guys get involved because they feel the need to have purpose. They need to feel the need to, like, let me give back, let me try. Because at some point you get tired of your grandchild, like, I'm not ready to play today. And as you get older, you lose the sense of especially if you got a lot of time, lose the sense of reality. So you're dealing with your own situation. So when I came in, the older guys were always, going inside and teaching the younger guys how to do time. Now the gap is just so big. It's a huge gap. And programs is the only thing that allows the gap to kind of, but prison has gotten more violent, more of a contraband and more violence though.
Mr. Holliday, you talked about your family and that sounded fantastic in your education and, your scholarships and sports and all that, extremely impressive. So I'm curious, what pushed you in the direction of armed robbery?
I was out in Wyoming going to school. And I didn't have my if you ever been in the military, you know how military parents are. So my dad's, tight to the hip with his pocket. So even though I'm going out to Wyoming, hey, I'm not sending you out there with $5,000, $6,000. You got a free scholarship. They feed you on this. Hey, just, survive. I think it was what every kind of kid goes through. I saw my cousin back here who's kind of been in and out of the system. That's changing his life now. I saw my cousin, riding a nice car, and he'll send me pictures of him in his nice car, hood drop back, tinted windows, and he's out there selling drugs. And I'm sitting here with, financial aid that pays me $1,200 a semester, and as a child, you don't know how to kind of just balance that out. Even though I was raised right, that doesn't mean I actually make the best decisions in life. So I was just afforded the opportunity. And I remember my judge saying, which my judge is not too far from here, my old judge, William Ray II. He's a federal judge, which I'm good friends with him now. But while I was playing out, he said, you know, Mr. Holliday, I don't think prison will make you any better. I think if anything, it will make you worse. And just to touch on what you guys were saying, well, you know, you put good guys around bad guys. But I took that as a challenge. I took that as a challenge, man. Like, I'm not going to let nothing. And I can't say that everybody comes to prison with my mind frame or with the resources I had when I got out. So I make it a point now to offer those resources. I got me a tech certification now. I'm using some PTO now. I'm a maintenance technician. So I don't mind training guys. So that's what I do with my nonprofit. We're going to try to, we're training guys that's getting out, mentoring guys. I've been out since 2020, had 6 guys get out. I can bring you 6 guys in there right now that's got out. They either got their own business or they're doing well in life, own house, started having kids. And that's where I started at, just one person at a time. I can't go out in the community and change a lot of people. And I can't change the prison system, but I can darn sure, change the community I live in. So that's why I try to start it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you, Mr. Holliday. Appreciate you coming in. Appreciate you stepping up to the mic and exposing yourself to the public. I think that means a lot. It says a lot about your character.
Thank you.
And just know that we're here if there's anything we can do for you. And I'm glad you got to be good friends with Commissioner Oliver. I'm still trying to
He
get there.
was saying something about dinner later. I don't know.
Well, my
He's
advice,
touching his pockets.
my advice is to hold him to it. So, but thank you again, Mr. Holliday.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, may I
Yeah.
ask a question?
Sure.
So we've hit around staffing issues over the course of these 2 days. And I'm curious, Mr. Holliday spoke really positively about the ways that programs have influenced his life. And so I'm curious, have the number of programs offered, have those stayed consistent throughout the process, even with lower staffing? Or are we having fewer programming? And can also you speak directly to what kind of programming we have available for those who are like at the level 4 mental health facilities as well?
Yeah, and I can tell you, I know our career technical and higher education certificates have definitely gone up each year. I think we gave out, like I said, last time, like 45,000, but I'll give it to Assistant Commissioner Sanders or Assistant Commissioner Holt to talk about the different level of programs that we offer. He's in charge of it, and also talk about the level 4s.
So good afternoon, Jay Sanders again, over inmate services, which is basically the programming that goes on in the facilities. I'm not sure which mic this.
Yeah, I've got you on 7.
Lit, Jay, you got to talk to it.
Okay, it's lit.
It's lit. You just got to talk in.
All
That's
right,
what the commissioner says.
So we've got some great programs in the facilities. As anybody with a facility or with this population size we have, we do struggle to touch every inmate every day, between counseling staff, educational staff, et cetera. But we use risk needs assessments to decide who needs programming, be it cognitive programming to change the way they think, or where there's educational program, where there's both. So we try to make anything available. But I think to echo some what Mr. Holliday said, the program is there if they want to take advantage of it. So we've got to change that mindset to get them involved in the programming, no matter how long they're going to be incarcerated with us. So we've focused very heavily, especially since the Deal administration, very heavily on education. Governor Deal pushed us heavily in that area, focused hard on our GED programs. We have charter schools in our facilities that run for the 17 to 21-year-olds. We have a great career technical higher education program that encompasses soft skills trainings, on-the-job trainings, basically any maintenance or anything that takes on place in a facility has an associated on-the-job training with it. So they get technical skills for those, and those are established with the partnership through the tech college. Have a lot of post-secondary classes. I was looking just last year, if I can find the number again. We had 87 associate's degrees, 38 bachelor's degrees, and 5 seminary degrees awarded. So we are making programming available. As anything, you've heard our staffing challenges. Those challenges also translate into counselors, teachers, et cetera, chaplains. So we're constantly fighting that battle to get and keep good staff, get them trained up, hang on to them so that they can provide programs to those that are in our custody and make it effective programming.
Do you have any idea what percentage of those incarcerated are involved in a program?
Like right now in our educational, at any given time, there are about 3,000 individuals that are involved in our education. That's being GED programming. So we start with that base level GED and try to get them from the GED and then take them on into post-secondary if they want to, or any kind of career technical skill or welding or those types of things. Trying to prepare them so that when they get out, they've got a skill or a mindset to make things happen.
Is the 3,000 number, is it, and not to discount 3,000, we're talking about 60,000 souls. But those 3,000, they took the initiative. There's nothing preventing anybody from getting into a program, right?
There's not. We currently have about 13 or 14,000 that we believe have educational needs, meaning they came to us, and it's self-reported. When they come to us, we ask them, do you have a GED or a high school diploma? Typically, they'll tell us whether or not they do. Some don't want to. Some of them just, they choose
But
not
you're
to.
saying approximately 13,000 say they have neither.
That
high school
there is
nor
a need.
GED.
There's an indicated need that they
Okay.
do not have a high school, a GED or a high school education. So we try to work with them, get them involved. We see folks cycle in and out of programs. Some folks lose interest and we'll go hunt them down and say, hey, let's get you back in this program and try to get you prepared. We have a standing goal right now of 2,000 GEDs a year. Typically, Department of Corrections, this is another untold story. For our GED count, we anywhere between 20 and 25% of every GED awarded in the state of Georgia comes within inside the walls of Department of Corrections.
Say that number one more time.
Typically 20 to 25% of every GED awarded in the state each year comes with inside a GDC facility. And that doesn't count your county jails, DJJ, et cetera. That is strictly Department of Corrections. But we've worked really hard there. We work in great partnership with Department of Education, who provides some funding for certain classes of students. And then also the tech schools help us with testing. They even provide some teachers in some areas where we may not have some teachers. So programming is great. It's like I said, it's still tough to touch every individual we need to, given the size of the population and the scope, and some of the staffing, like I said, challenges just to get and retain that good staff.
So to your knowledge, are there any people who are currently incarcerated who would want to be in a program, but because of staffing issues, there's not a program for them to be in?
I would tell you it's probably more just the bed space availability. And that's where we kind of work together to try to continuously rotate people through those needs. So we may have 20 beds available or 20 slots available at a facility for a particular program. Then it's up to us to then move those offenders from wherever that they are, where they don't have the slots, because it's taken up to a location where they do have the slots. And so we're constantly doing those.
We'll have to
And how much
prioritize
is
based on
their-
length of stay.
How much does their classification factor in to where they fall on the list? Say if
It's
there's a
risk
certain
need. It's a risk need classification. So,
Okay.
we do their assessment. Contrary to popular demand, we're trying to make sure that those that have the highest risk for reoffending also have that need met on the other end. So we're programming offenders that have those high risk, high needs.
That's good. And when we're talking about program, we're not even getting on those much far out to the edge things like we were talking about a while ago of habit changing opportunities and programs when they first go through diagnostics, whether it's smoking, whether it's some other kind of addiction, whether it's a mental health
So
issue. And
and Jay's going to speak to this, and you asked a question about level fours, and
Yeah.
just because I was a warden at Phillips State Prison, all the programs that he mentioned were at Phillips State Prison in any form, fashion, or another. So they had at the time it was Novitz, but now it's Truett McConnell. They had a charter school there, or have a charter school there. They did GED programming. They have vocational welding, automotive OJT there, paint booth, print shop. And so what happens a lot of times is if they can't get into those cognitive groups, or if they have cognitive groups listed, but they also want to go down a vocational track, if you will, or educational track, they have an opportunity to complete that educational track and then transfer into their vocational track, and then move into some of those other work areas. As an example, when they worked in food service, OSHA, Save Serve, and then another program that was added to them so that they would have that experience if they decide to go into culinary. So all of the programs that you have tend to have a work element attached to it. And Mr. Sanders and his group have been real intentional about that.
But talking about access, every state prison offers GED program, every state prison. Every state prison offers cognitive programming, the behavioral type programs. Some of our career technical may be a little more limited because of space and things like that. We've got a great partnership with the tech schools where we actually have mobile trailers and technical classrooms that we can move from facility to facility based on need.
Now, y'all had a welding trailer?
We do.
I think that was
Or
moving.
tech schools have it. We
Yeah.
partner with them to bring it to our
Yeah,
facility.
I know we had one at Jack T. Rutledge that came, I think, from Columbus Tech or one of them.
Food
out
truck,
there.
welding, framing, construction, electrical wiring, and we're going to partner with them, try to bring some more. Because our facilities were never built to do some of the technical training we try to provide in them. But these trailers allow us a great option. We can bring in a trailer and an instructor, run this class. We can leave it there for several cycles of the class, but then maybe there is an issue. Maybe we do have to go into lockdown. We can pick that classroom up and that instructor and take it to another nearby facility, and program keeps moving.
Well, listen, I hate to be that guy, but I'm that guy. We're going to end this at 2. I know Chairman Beach. did you-
I just wanted to say thank you to Commissioner Oliver and your entire staff for coming today. And thank you for all the feedback you gave us today. I want to tell you that we're here to help. We want to give you the technology, the tools, everything you need to make the Department of Corrections the best Department of Corrections it can be. I will tell you, Chairman Robertson is passionate about public safety and law enforcement. He's our go-to guy in the Senate. And I just really want to thank you and thank you for the job you do. You got a tough job. I mean, I sit here and listen to some of the questions Chairman Robinson ask you and I know y'all got a tough job. And so we're just here to help you and give you, again, the tools and the technology and the things you need to be successful. So thank you for being here.
Thank you.
The next 2 meeting dates will be coming out, and the subject matters, we're going to bring in some community advocates on both sides to have some conversations. I'm going to make sure it works with DOC schedule so we can have you and whoever you feel is best qualified. I appreciate you bringing in the experts during this process because we've got a lot of work to do to get you guys not only the resources that you need, but also to make sure that the culture inside of our prisons, whether it's impacting the employees or those living there, is where it needs to be. We talked about healthcare briefly a little while ago, and our standard, I'd said it on many RFP meetings dealing with healthcare for prisons and jails. And one of the things was the healthcare had to be equal to or better than the community standard. So, which is a lot of reasons why a lot of these individuals, the first time they've ever engaged with a healthcare professional in a serious way was once they were going through Jackson, going through their diagnostics. Many times they'd never been to a dentist, certainly never been to a mental health professional, but a lot of them had a lot of serious physical problems and had never engaged in that. So I don't envy what y'all do. I greatly appreciate it. The Inquisition has not ended. It will last further on. We have several more meetings. I want to thank Senator Jackson for her friendship and for always being here. Senator Beach, who my office was next door to his when I got here. And so if I'm ruined, it's his fault. And the senators that were on by Zoom today, including Senator Bearden, who was on from the Atlanta airport. But y'all have a great day and we'll be in touch soon.
Thank you so much.
Where's your baby today? I just text, she's all plugged.